Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Uncut and After Show. I'm your host Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe, hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member, and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a PayPal, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Mr. Amish, Sensual Goat, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, J Miles 24, Unimento, M, Iron 26, Endless, Flat Earth Sage, Goldie McKinnon, Retro Bill, Level Plain Poem, Cannabear, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Mel B. Styles, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Life is Short, Texas Mike, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in Discord and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
I know that acceleration caused by gravity can be described as coordinate acceleration and not proper acceleration and things like that, which clears up a lot of the misunderstandings that we see in general in these discussions.
Yeah, but do you understand that you're around people here who have been discussing things such as the speed of light and all of these things that will come into this whole understanding of relativity?
Mm-hmm.
And if you ask, does anybody on here believe that we have a speed of light? George,
There's no speed of light.
Okay, so I'm saying to you, omnivore, that, and I wouldn't want to say you're wasting your breath and your time here. I'm saying go and get this stuff published. So when you come back here and say, look, I've got everything nailed down as far as what I'm doing. I've satisfied myself that what I have here is legit. Maybe then, you will have things in place where you could overcome some of these things that you're going to run into here.
Well, I don't think that's the case. First off, all of this stuff already has been published. There's plenty of material for somebody who's, sincerely curious about how it works or what the evidence is for relativity, for example, or for the speed of light. For example, if you don't believe there's a speed of light, can you explain to me why you derive a speed of light from Maxwell's equations? And of course,
Maxwell's equations were wrong. There is no speed of light. There is no speed of light measurement.
Nathan is here. Okay, take it. No, enjoy, Nathan.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you didn't realize we were here. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to...
Wait, so that's just standard? As soon as Nathan comes on, they leave? Oh, that's real nice, Omnivore.
There is no speed of light measurement. It was never measured. Nobody's ever been able to measure the one-way speed. There's only a two-way calculation. And you can actually break that calculation down. I divided it by 16, for instance, and it would make absolutely no difference in the real world. We wouldn't notice any difference because the claimed speed of light is so ridiculously fast that even by breaking it down by 16, dividing it by 16, in the real world, how we use things that are claimed to use the speed of light, like radar and different things like that, makes no difference. Absolutely no difference, because the change is so tiny that we wouldn't even notice it. It'd be imperceptible. It'd just be basically all it would be a calculation change and nothing else.
So where did this all come from, Brian? The speed of light and everything? Einstein?
No, it's kind of before him. The original guy is a guy called Fizeau, I think, is the guy that's the speed of light is actually it's more of a pre-assumption, and a guy called Fizeau tried to measure it, but he measured what he didn't measure. What he did is that he claimed to measure a portion of a second. Now, a second is 1 million microseconds. And he claimed that he measured, this is way back, like I thought back way back in the 1800s. He claimed that he measured what would have been, what I worked out something as 16 microseconds. Now, to measure 16 microseconds today, we would need pretty serious equipment, right, to measure what he's claiming that he measured. You would need, right, I don't even know if it could be done. But he said he was doing it back in, I think it was the 1800s. 16, that's 16 out of a million. If there's a million microseconds in a second, that's 16. If you use his distance that he used, he claimed to use a reflection of light over what would have been an overall close to, I think it's 9.4 miles or close to 10 miles. Then if you take that based off of what the speed of light is claimed to be, you break it down into microseconds. It was like 16 microseconds or something ridiculous like that. So he didn't measure 16 microseconds. That's a complete load of nonsense. He calculated it out. You know what I mean? There's a difference.
But they need the speed of light in the theory of relativity, right? It's very important to them.
Yeah, it's called Einstein's. What did they call it? They give it a particular name because Einstein admitted that he used it to finish equations. He said that's what it's good for, finishing equations. So he needed to use it for his E equals mc squared, which is not general relativity exactly, but do you know what I mean? He needed to use the claimed two-way speed of light. And he said himself he tried himself to measure the one-way speed of light and he couldn't do it. So I think it's Einstein's, I can't think of the word now. They have a name on it they give it to, because it's kind of not attributed to him, but there's a name they give it because it's not coming to mind now. But it's in the Veritasium video. But he just used it to finish equations. That's what he used it for. So yeah, you can use it within equations and calculations, but that doesn't make it a measurement or make it real. If you understand what I mean.
Well, the guy earlier said there's plenty of ways you can look up how this works, and you're like, okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure if I rattled off a few books on unicorn digestion, I could tell you that you can look up how it works. Unicorn digestion, that is. It doesn't make it real. There's nothing in physical reality that could be ascribed to Einstein beyond, not Einstein, gravity, beyond, what's the gravity that represents relative density, Brian? Special. Specific. Beyond specific gravity, there's nothing to represent in physical reality for any of their bent space-time or forces. There isn't anything in natural reality to actually observe happening. So there is no gravity. So when someone says, oh, well, you can look up how it works, you're like, well, no, you can look how the maths works.
Yeah, because actually relative density even I Googled it, and unless Google have changed it, relative density is the correct name. They renamed it more or less specific gravity, but the correct name is relative density. That's the correct name of specific gravity. Now, I don't mind if people call it specific gravity. I don't mind if they want to call it that, as long as they're referencing what it actually really is and not trying to turn it into something it's not. Because that's the problem, isn't it, in the world? People trying to turn things into things they're not.
Yeah, equivocation.
Exactly.
It's useful if it's got multiple different meanings for the same word, because you can just aid confusion with it. Or utilize one aspect of one meaning for the word when you're in a different geometry, for instance, describing forces in 4D space-time, for instance. If they're both gravity, who's going to know the difference? Well, only the learned, only the people who know the bullshit and can see through when they're using different terms meaning different things with the same word.
If general relativity was a thing and it was solid as a rock, they wouldn't be trying to move away from it in general mainstream pseudoscience, which is what they're trying to do with quantum gravity, because it doesn't work. For what happens to the heliocentric paradigm is it expands in different ways, and then what used to work for it mathematically doesn't work anymore. Starting with Kepler, moving on to Newton, then Einstein, and now we're moving on again Do you know what I mean? They need to come up with something else because they can't keep the paradigm expanding as it needs to do because it's an ever-expanding paradigm. They can't keep that happening and continually go back to the same maths because it doesn't work mathematically.
I get it. So keep changing it, right?
Well, I don't know. It's delusional Muppets introducing new aspects of a failed explanation for why we'd be on a ball reified from flat Earth measurements. So this ever-expanding nonsense keeps being added to by, people who want to prop up the lie, like Musa saying you can think of it as a force. Like, why would you say that?
Yeah, because they need to think of it as a force now and again when they need to switch between it being a force and not being a force within their own mentality.
Well, if you don't think of it as a force, then you'll fly off the globe. So you have to think of it as a force.
Well, if you don't,
I was going to say, what's going on with the guy earlier? So he's in here, preaching his zealotry, telling people that you can look it up easily. The moment someone who can undo his zealotry and lies comes along, I'm off. Like,
yep.
What? That's
exactly what he did.
You're only prepared to preach your religion unchallenged, and when someone comes along who knows better and can challenge your preachings, you're going to run away immediately.
He was challenged. He was just opposed to Einstein's hypothesis, and he started talking about Cavendish for a half hour.
Cavendish.
Yeah, well, that's when you end it right there. As soon as he says Cavendish, end it.
Cavendish has got nothing to do with Einstein.
Yeah, but they don't seem to
he never posted his hypothesis.
Yeah, but Cavendish is in relation to Newtonian gravity. It's not in relation to Einstein's.
Right, that's why you should end it right there as soon as he brings up Cavendish.
Neil, hold on a second.
I mean, we tried. Yeah, well. But then as soon as you guys came in, he goes, I'm leaving, and he disappeared.
Yeah, they're only prepared to preach under certain circumstances.
Well, they don't want to go out on a live show. On Discord, you can get away with that because often it's not being recorded. And if it is, the audience that hears it won't hear it live, or there'll be a smaller audience over time, blah, blah, blah. So it's easier to do that on Discord when that server is not being broadcast live to an audience or about to be broadcast live.
Yeah, well, that's how I took it. Once they heard Nathan was here and recording, then they leave. I wasn't saying you guys didn't challenge them. Of course you did.
No, I said that.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that under those circumstances, someone will stay and argue a lot more right, regardless of the challenge. If I made that same challenge in the Discord server, that guy, and I wasn't on this show, the person is more likely to stay around and try and argue the point. But they don't want to stay around and argue the point when they're on a show. Because if things go wrong, it'll look extra bad for them. Do you know what I mean? So they want to leave. But in Discord, they can spend all day arguing the point, and whether they're right or wrong, it never really gets. They can just keep on pushing it away or diverting or whatever they need to do.
No, I'd agree with you normally, but this particular part of this particular Discord is designated live stream specifically, and it's only used for an hour a day, or it's used for the pre-show and the live show, right? And then we all transition into the after show. And then when the show is done, we transition into the ever after show, which means that if you're in either of those two with a little red dot and it's made explicitly clear what the purpose of that room is, when you join that room that that's what's going to happen. But they don't like it. So they want to tell the people who are going to be in the room that's going to go out to a live audience stuff that's contrary to what will be spoken about, generally speaking. Like you've just done. You've just talked about the origins of some of the gravity rhetoric that was being spewed. But that's all they want. They want to be able to spew it to an audience that's smaller until, we get here, basically. You're saying it's because they don't want to be recorded. It's like, well, yeah, but you want to influence the people who are on the recorded show, don't you? Clearly.
Yeah,
I see what you're saying.
It's just something I've noticed with Discord over the years. That people will argue harder on Discord when there's no recording happening or anything like that. And even though if they're shown to be wrong, they'll fight harder before they decide to just leave or admit they're wrong or anything. Whereas on a show, it's like because it's going out live. It's like it's like public speaking. It's harder to get away with denying something.
Yeah, when there's a record of it, you can flip your position multiple times if there's no recording of it.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can go around in circles and nobody, and you can deny whatever you need to deny, and trail off red herring. It's easier to get away with that. I'm not saying that the people that in the Discord server are allowing them. It's just a case of that person feels freer to do it, which is why I've looked to debate people who have education on a stage in front of the faculty and students of a university, because then they're held to account. Because even though Discord is bad, YouTube is also, it's not as bad, but it can be close to as bad, where people try their best to squirm around and not admit when they're wrong, or not admit that they're making stuff up. Whereas if you're there in front of a faculty and students of a university, that person can't BS everyone.
That's not true.
To the same extent.
That's not true.
Not to the same extent, though.
You'd be surprised.
It.
Well, you can highlight it when it happens easier, but it doesn't stop it happening. So the amount of political short videos that I get presented, not that I'm asking for them when I'm scrolling through YouTube Shorts, sometimes it'll come up with that. What was that name of that black girl that we covered about a week ago?
Candace Owens.
Say again?
Candace Owens.
Candace Owens, right. Candace Owens is being asked very specifically about her views on something being race related. Now, obviously, she covers those issues, but it isn't necessarily the case that she's going to come and talk about something that's a political issue and directly immediately connect it to race. But the person that she's talking to does immediately connect whatever she's going to be asked about to race. And she points out to that particular person that that is inherent racism based on her automatic assumption that that is the issue that she's going to discuss with this particular black guest. So she points it out in a very candid way, but she gets interrupted twice. But when she's interrupted, she's able to sort of stop the person, because I'm about to contrast this with college, by the way. This is on a TV interview. She can stop the person because there's lights, camera, action. It's very much in a studio, and say, if you'll just let me finish my point. Yeah? And then obviously all of the mics are on all of the time and everything can be heard nice and clearly, including all the interruptions. But there and then she can just sort of put a hand out and say, no, it's only reasonable my point gets concluded, and then she gets to conclude it. Compare that to, I can't remember the name of this particular Christian guy that goes out and points out transgender issues at college campuses. He'll sit right on the front of the building, not actually on the campus, but on a bit of public grass or whatever, and just go through his rhetoric with them and disagree, but from a position of understanding and knowledge. Now, I've seen instances where that same guy has been in a college and he's in front of the whole, the fraternity and all the different students and such, and they're posing carefully phrased questions to him, and they still call him names and ad homs and get away with offering up a claim that they don't substantiate anyway. And it's just up to him to pull them apart based on their lack of evidence and point that out to them, rather than just listening to them call him a disgusting man when he talks about an issue that they don't particularly like. So I don't think being in a college campus, certainly based on the American examples that I've got, means that you're suddenly going to get a fair crack of the whip. You're still going to get the exact same standard of numpties that come up to you with their woke agenda telling you that you're an idiot because they've decided that they're more superior than you, and the fact that they're in a college setting will only empower them to do that more. Based on what I've witnessed on some of the shorts videos, which isn't necessarily a realistic gauge, but that's just what I've seen.
Yeah, but I said that they're more held to account. That was my point. I didn't say that they can't pull these tricks. I'm saying in a situation like that, especially involving this particular topic, right, it'll be so obvious and the video would go viral, right, and they know it would, if they're shown to be wrong about something and they're being corrected by a flat earther, right, if they're trying to squirm around it or get around it, it will go viral because people make money off YouTube, and people make money off of editing other people's videos and reviewing other people's videos and responding to content that's out there. And if someone is shown to be wrong and in the presence of a flat earther, and that flat earther is correcting that person is not accepting it or trying to get around it, whatever. At the end of the day, the outcome from that is much huger. So it's not that they can't do it, it's that the outcome of it is much more severe than someone on YouTube, or worse again, on Discord. That's my point. So it's not that I don't expect that someone's not going to try and squirm around a lie or whatever, or use fallacy. It's that the outcome of it is the repercussions are greater, is my point.
Yeah, that I'll agree with. And they won't get away with certain things like rumpusing. So if they just carried on blarting through you after your attempted address to their question or point that they've put to you was ongoing, someone would stop them eventually. But in that setting, it's far less likely that someone's going to try and basically go, la, 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 I've got my fingers in the ears so I don't have to listen to your question, and then I'm going to reiterate my point once you finish making your question through the top of this garbage that I'm now... They wouldn't get away with that on a college campus. You're right about that. Not that you suggested it, but I'm saying they wouldn't get away with it.
But they did say that they wouldn't hang around because you wouldn't let them speak to them. That's the reason they said they won't hang around.
Can you back off your mic a bit, Ed Bear? You're loud enough. It's just you're distorted.
I don't know. Well, they just said they'll boycott if you don't let them speak and shout and swear at them. So that's what they said in the pre-show.
They said if I shout and swear at them. That's not what happened though, Bed. You were here. The guy just disappeared immediately. He didn't get shouted or swore at.
No, that's what he said before.
No, I heard what you told me. He said
that he wasn't going to hang around.
I heard you. I heard the first time. I heard the first time. Now, maybe when I stop you from saying the same thing again, Bear, you're going to say that they're right?
Now. Like you do now.
I knew it. Called it. Yeah, so I stopped him repeating it. I was in the middle of addressing it. And he decided that a repetition of that which I've already heard should start a complete chaos session where Edebear decides that every single second word that I say in address to something that he's just put to me will be rumpused. Now he has decided that he's now going to cause this chaos. I'm remaining perfectly calm while Edebear decides he's going to now make that point for them. No one was swore at. And in this instance, and now you're talking through me. So it's been about a minute and a half since I started to address the point that you put to me, and then in the middle of me putting it back at you with an address to it, you repeated it through the top of me, Bear. Prick. That just makes you a prick. Now what you want to do is project your prick-like nature onto me, like me stopping you reiterating a point through the top of me is unreasonable. Now, when you decide that you're just going to talk through the top of someone who's hosting you, that's what's happening here, Bear. You're being hosted by me. And you're being rude as a guest. That's all that's happening when you decide to reiterate something that you've already said straight through the top of me replying to it. That's you trying to antagonise me as a host so that you have an excuse when you failed point that they made. I heard what they said, but to address it, that didn't actually happen. What happened was they ran away and then Brian carried on addressing the point that they definitely didn't want to hear Brian address about gravity and speed of light. That's why they actually went, no one was swore at. That's what they just say, Edebear. Reiterating what they say, reiterating what they say through the top of the host doesn't make what they say true. In reality, when they reiterate points like you've just done, they get stopped. And then they get angry and carry on, as you've just done, talking through the host. When I'm in charge, I will stop you repeating yourself.
Subservient, you mean? I'm just telling you what they said, that's all.
Yeah, I heard you. Was it not clear when I made it clear to you that I heard what they said?
You were shouting at me. I didn't.
No one shouted, or I made perfectly calm. Nobody shouted at anybody.
No, you didn't. You never do.
No, I didn't.
Anyway, that's what I was saying.
Why are you here, Edebear? Why?
Because the people who suggested that they get muted, Edebear needs to prop that up like some straw man. No, we have debates here, and we pull people apart based on their garbage arguments. Now, what our opponents will do is ignore our rebuttals.
You don't debate. That's the reason they don't stay.
For example, when someone asks us how Earth's measured flat and we tell them Polaris measurements, someone like Edebear, they'll never reiterate it back to us, affirm that we have addressed their points, answered their questions. We'll go through it 6, 7, 8 times with someone very specifically like Edebear, not even like Edebear. Edebear. We'll go through that with you multiple times in answer to a question that you put to us about how Earth's measured flat, and you won't address it. You won't acknowledge it.
It's Elder Bear, remember? That's what you call me. Elder Bear. Not Elder Bear, Elder Bear. As you baptized me. Thank you.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry, and what's just happened there is I've put a point to Edabert that completely annihilates his assertion that I just mute people and don't address their arguments. So instantly, without a moment's hesitation, I've put an argument that's been put to me, or a question, how's Earth measured flat, with a response that I've given to Edabert specifically. And has he addressed that and acknowledged that which he has ignored, by example, 6 times easily? No, of course he hasn't.
Latitude, that's what you claim. That's all I've heard. Latitude.
Yeah, latitude.
Which is also a straight line.
Yeah, latitude is a very simple measurement. Latitude, that's a flat Earth measurement. That's correct. It only needs one word. How's Earth measured flat? Latitude. It only needs one word.
Yeah, it's a straight line to a curve, though, isn't it? That angle.
No, it's not a straight line to a curve. It's just an angle. An elevation angle. Sorry, is it just me? Or does this not strike you as us debating this point? The one that I've addressed 6 times already with you. It could be that this is just me muting my guest, or it could be Edabert chanting through the top of the debate he says I don't have because I mute people. Which is it? Is this me talking about whether or not latitude is aligned to a curve? That almost sounds like you snatching your own wig off by literally entering into a debate we are currently having. Annihilating their claim, your claim, and here's me having my claim that they just talk and chant straight through you, absolutely back to 100%. So when I start entering into a debate about straight lines to a curve not being angles, Edabert starts chanting through the middle of me with his mute button. So what's actually occurring here is this is projection. Edabert's now decided that he's going to use his mute button, and he's now chanting through the top of me exactly as I detailed would occur. Me, I'm not shouting at anybody. I'm not shouting and swearing at anybody. I'm not precluding the debate. I've entered into the debate and given a response. No, it's just an elevation angle, and Edabert has started chanting through the top of me, like he's continued to do the entire time, so he hasn't had to listen to me pointing out that it's just an elevation angle. He hasn't had to listen to the rebuttal, to the point that we have debated on multiple times, ergo I'm not just muting people. He's muting me right now. That's what's happening. It's projection. Edabert's muting me, so he doesn't have to listen to what I've put back to him. It's just an elevation angle. There he goes again, straight through the top. So he suspected, based on presumably pattern recognition, that would be the point that I would put the same point that we've now debated 7 times with him. And all he does every time that the actual debate comes up is mute me, like he's doing now. He's muting me.
Remember?
That's what he's doing. Muting me so he doesn't have to hear the rebuttal. That's all he's doing.
The issue.
Can someone remove Edabert? I no longer want to partake in this constant fight over the gate, where Edabert decides that he's going to talk through that which I've responded 7 times to him in debate, and what he has done in the debate 7 times is talk straight through the middle of me. Because that's what they do. They then accuse me of muting them. That's how this little game works. Edabert thought he'd take on that little challenge right then, and he failed miserably, didn't he? Ideally...
Then he tried to say you don't have a mute button. He knows fully well what you're talking about.
Well, let me just break down Edabert's mentality. Edabert's mentality is that it's okay to be dishonest to us and with us, and still expect us to take anything he has to say after that seriously. How do you take serious someone who's proven themselves to be dishonest? You can't, because they've proven that their words mean nothing. So that means they have no honor, right? But he also does exactly what the ballers do. He asks you, where's your measurement for your flat Earth, right? Or your proof. You give him the proof, right? He goes through the proof with you without going through the proof with you, hand-waving it away, and then basically hand-waving it away, trying to red herring away as much as possible, and change the subject, and then the next day ask you the same question.
Yeah, he hasn't acknowledged.
All he actually is a liar and a time waster. I don't see any reason for him to be here.
Yeah, well, he's levelled an accusation that we don't debate here. No, people don't get to talk, they just get muted. Oh, really? What about the examples of us going through latitude with you? Oh, well, it's just a word. Yeah, a word that requires a flat Earth measurement. No, it's an angle to a curve. Oh, no, it seems like we're into debate now. Okay? No, it's not. It's just a blah, 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 fingers in the ears. I'm not listening, so I won't have to respond. Oh, really? That's you muting me, Edabert. Maybe it would be ideal if I got really angry and started swearing at you, because then you'd have made all the points that you say are true. Right? At some point, I've got to shut him down, because he's turning my show into a shit show, and they intentionally do that so they can blame me for it. That's their tactic. Not addressing the elevation angle measurement to Polaris proving Earth's measured flat. Oh, no. It's about how they get muted and how I don't allow a debate. You mean allow you to obfuscate the point by rumpusing it entirely, like Edebear just did? No, I don't allow that. That's right, I don't. But that's me not allowing debate. I say that's really clever spin. Really clever. Almost as good as an elevation angle measurement rebuttal, which it isn't.
It's not really a debate. They're denying measurement.
Yep.
There's no debate happening. There's not going to be a reasonable conclusion drawn from Edebear. It's just ridiculous. They're just ignoring the measurement and making stuff up.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of like this, Nathan. If I had turned up at Adam's shop, right, where he works, and I started pushing him and kicking him, right, and before I turned up there, I claimed that Adam was violent, and I kept pushing him and kicking him in the leg and throwing stuff at him, flicking things at his head, right? Eventually, he's going to turn around and push me or grab me or hit me, right? And then I can claim, hit Adam's violent, like I told you he was. You know what I mean? I can make you angry. I can say you shout at everyone and you're angry all the time and you're this, that, and everything. And how we can prove that is by going and making that situation happen. That doesn't make it what I was saying true. It just means that I confirm my own bias. You know what I mean? That's what that is, isn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Hit it right in the head, Brian.
Plus, people like that have got nothing to lose, right? Doesn't make any difference if I make him look bad. So he's got everything to gain by being as badly behaved as he possibly can to try and make me look bad. And that's their only objective. That's why they're all faceless, nameless trolls. Who's Edebear? What's that? Is that your name? Did your mother christen you with that? No, she did not. You're a coward.
Well, what I
for
find
that
is that...
reason, he should be permanently banned then. For that reason, he should be permanently banned. What other motive does he have for coming here?
Well, the same thing happens in chat. They're the same way in chat. When you put your shows back up, Nathan, they come in nice, and then within 3 or 4, maybe minutes or so, or chats, they go right into their character.
Well, I would have removed him permanently if I was Righteous Force. I would have permanently removed him completely when he showed himself to be dishonest there a week or two ago.
Guys, has nothing to do with Righteous Force. Nathan has all the power to remove him permanently.
Do I?
Okay, with one click of a button, Nathan, you can remove him permanently.
Okay, I didn't know that.
It's not about Righteous Force or other moderators, yeah.
Well, I thought
it's all about Nathan.
Okay,
Nathan wants him on the show. He keeps coming back every day. Nathan, all you have to do is...
But I don't. Okay, I'm sure there is a way, Mush, right? I'm not saying there isn't. And I'm sure I've got the ability to do that, right? But I don't, because I haven't built this server up. So it's not really fair for me to start knocking out people as a moderator, even though I take full advantage of it for my show. I trust the moderating team to do that. So what we on the panel say is justified for removing someone from a server that I haven't built, and I don't maintain, and I don't manage, and I don't moderate, is not reasonable. So at some point, someone like Righteous, maybe not Righteous, maybe you, if you're a moderator, you will decide, as a moderator of this server, that you won't tolerate him anymore. And at that point, fair enough.
Yeah, but he keeps coming and destroying your show every day, man. You know what I mean? It's your show, brother. I don't have that power to remove him permanently, but you do.
Yeah, but the fact that he's proven himself to be dishonest, I go back, my original point was the fact that he's proven himself to be dishonest. I see no reason why he should be allowed to stay even with on the server in any way. Whether it's on the show or not, I don't see any. Because if I've proven myself to be dishonest to you, Mush, then anything I say after that holds no weight. So how can you ever have an honest conversation with me or an honest debate with me after that? Because there's plenty of ballers out there who aren't outwardly dishonest. They're fighting their corner, but they're not outwardly dishonest. But once they show themselves to be outwardly dishonest, there's nothing left to talk about.
Show me 5.
5 that aren't outwardly dishonest.
Yeah. Name 5.
Right. Okay.
I'll make it harder. Name 2. Name 2.
Right. Well, I can science that. He was honest with me. I can say he was honest with me. I can science that.
I can science that. Okay, I don't remember who he is, but fine. I'll take you at your word.
I can't speak for everyone else, but he was honest with me. And
he's an anti-flatty.
Actually, generally, Ruhif is honest with me. Now, he talks a lot of rubbish, but generally, he's honest with me.
We're on a slightly different. Okay, so you've got to take it to intellectual honesty. I would consider Ruhif intellectually honest, in terms of he's giving his rhetoric how he understands it to work, regardless of where we point out the failures. That still demonstrates intellectual honesty when it retains some degree of coherence at the very least. There are exceptions to that as well with Ruhif. The words have no meaning, or whatever his quote was. So there are exceptions to that rule. But on the whole, I'd probably agree with you.
Yeah, so I can't name 5, but I came up with two people.
Fine. Yeah. I say intellectually honest. In terms of debating bullshittery and mathematical honesty, Ruhif's definitely not honest.
No, his tactics aren't honest.
That's what I mean. That's the word I'm looking for. The tactics in debate. But that is what debate is, so you can't really hold that against him. Like most of the time, 99% of the time, regardless of how unmanageable he was, Rumpus would have the same, he'd get to have his say, because in spite of him being a complete prick, he wasn't being overtly dishonest, that is to say, lying and knowing it. Not that lying wouldn't meet that definition anyway, but you know what I'm getting at.
No, I understand what you mean, but that was my original point. Elder Bear has shown his hands. Now, it doesn't mean some baller you're talking to isn't dishonest. It means they have to show their hands. As soon as someone shows their hands, that should be the end of it. That should be the standard. As soon as someone shows their hand to be dishonest, they should be removed. You're showing your hand, you're gone.
How are you?
Oh, good morning, one and all.
I'm good, and I'm not so good. Things sometimes are going your way. In one of the pre-shows a couple of weeks ago, I said, I've got some good news. I'm not going to have to pay any council tax because I earn so little money. And this has been arranged by a particular part of a government department that is obviously not in any way connected to a different government department that actually charges me. So they've told me this, and I've gone, right, great, I'll account for that. And then today, I had a £500 bill from the council tax. I'm like, what the hell? He told me I wasn't going to be paying it. I should have known better. So, admittedly, today I've done other things. I went to the butterfly farm, so feel free to check out that live stream. I did about 20 minutes of live streaming from the butterfly farm, which is beautiful, with my sister and her daughter and her husband and obviously my wife and kids. So you can check that out if you want to. But based on that, I wasn't actually going to do a live stream today, but I kind of need the money. So I'm going to have to keep e-begging my way to covering this unexpected bill that I was told I wasn't going to be getting. But obviously I am, after submitting a whole bunch of irritating data. So, although it's the start of a live stream, after working on YouTube for 4 or 5 years self-employed, I applied, after Adam's advice, actually, thank you, Adam, he said, get a good accountant, and I did. And she sorts out all my tax for me and does all that stupid nonsense, and I had to have no involvement with any of that stupid government-related crap. I could just divorce myself from all of it, having paid someone to do it for me. So then in the last 2 months, I've been going down to the job centre, something I haven't done for a very, very long time, because of some stupid tax credit for children, and some universal credit that they give you, i.e. money that they're not taxing you. So it's not like they're giving me money, they're just not taking a certain amount of tax off me. Or so they told me. Anyway, for that reason, here we are. Happy days for everyone else, because I was going to have a day off. So smash the super chat if you're so inclined. But we will do a bit of proper actual show now. Now I've got that off my system and moaned. Any evidence, scientific evidence? I was going to go on to gravity straight away, but go on. Go on.
Happy birthday, Clover Oakley.
Yeah, it was because it's Clover's birthday. That was the reason why. Indeedy, she's 5.
I have one other thing to say. I noticed that you called out your special FED pet first when you named out who was on the show.
What did I say?
Refracted curvature is your special boy. Does he bring you an apple in the mornings?
Sorry,
he does.
Did not introduce all 3 of you this morning. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you introduced refracted curvature first, and he spoke the least. And I think me and Neil joined before him. But you always want to introduce him the most.
What, you're accusing me of favouritism? I love it.
He gives
Oh,
you
it's
an
not an
apple every day.
accusation. Hold on, that's not an accusation. That's a fact.
Okay. What do you want? You want me to agree? John is my favourite. I absolutely love John. More than you,
There you
Brian.
go.
More than you. Just so we're clear.
I know you do. I know you do.
It's not true. It's not true. I find myself in awe of some of the stuff that you do. I'm not saying that isn't the case with refracted curvature, but I'm often humbled by the work you do, Brian. I'm very, very much I look up to you. Just let that be known as a fact. It's true. I look up to what you do. I admire your research, your tenacity. There's a lot about you, qualities that I will never, ever have, and they're all admirable. So don't look at it as having favourites. If you perceive that me introducing John first makes him my favourite, it's not true. I don't have favourites.
What a load of promotion. Give me a break.
You're looking too much into this, Brian. I spoke while he was doing the intro, so my name went to the top of the list. He just reads off the list.
That's true. I wasn't going to say that because it makes it slightly demeaning to you, but obviously you figured that out. For the audience's benefit, can I show them? I won't bother. I'll just slow this down. Behind where you can see Discord on screen is just a list of names who's in my panel, and I just read down them every morning. And the list changes depending on who spoke last. But obviously, Refractive is at the top of the list today, so I wasn't going to say that, though. Because this was
It has nothing to do with who's on the top of the list or who's on the bottom of the list. If you listen to the shows, we can see who's who. He never gets yelled at, John, never gets interrupted, never gets told to stop. And that's just something I've been observing for a long time.
If you were actually pushed to shove, right? If it came to it, Neil, you're going to be really pleased with this, right? If me and my wife were sat down being interviewed and we're like, "Who's your favourite character on the show?" Both me and my wife in unison would say you. You get told off the most, Neil. Yet you are probably more people's favourite than any other character on the show. You probably don't realise that. I know it. You're also amongst the most hated as well. With one comes the other, unfortunately, in this arena, Neil.
He's switching it up on you, Neil.
I know he is.
His favourite,
We're focusing
not
on
everyone else's
Refractive
favourite.
right now.
Yeah, and he's trying to promote you just like he tried with me.
Oh, whatever, with your A-level psychology bullshit.
Neil, you'll agree with this. Adam and Eli, right, can speak. And Adam speak, Eli speak, and then John speak, right? And Nathan will go, hang on, I heard John first. That's what he'll do.
What a load of nonsense.
I noticed that last week.
What a load of nonsense.
Yeah, I heard a load of that. John, we go John, Adam, Eli, whether it was Adam, Eli, John, or John, Eli, Adam, whichever. But John comes first. Special, FED, special pet.
Yeah, whatever, if you say so. He did give me an apple once, I've got to be honest. Right, shout out to Vlad on 0 degrees. Happy birthday, best wishes to Clover. Oh, thank you very much. I will pass them on. It's all set up as
And I'm a total butt kisser.
Go on, John.
I'm a total butt kisser, too. I'm just saying I'm a total butt kisser, so that'll help you if you want to try to be his favorite.
I don't think so.
Let's do a show.
I was going to get into it, but we had this little bit of favoritism talk for some reason from Brian, who's obviously, what's a derogatory word that we... Jealous. Brian's jealous. I don't think that's true either, by the way. Anyway.
Nah, I don't mind if he's your pet.
That's not what I meant, you know it. Anyway, let's get on with the show. We've got straight 10 minutes of nonsense talk. Then again, QE gets away with 3/4 of an hour on some shows, doesn't he?
Yeah.
And he's not even doing the daily show. I'll come in and come back 45 minutes. Yeah, the pancakes were really great. You call them crepes? Nah, pancakes. And you're like, this is 15 minutes into the show. Anyway, any scientific evidence of gravity? We were discussing this in the pre-show.
Well, there's 5 gravities. There is only scientific evidence for one of them, and that's specific gravity. The 5 gravities are Newtonian.
Hold on a second. Sorry.
Mass attracting mass.
Sorry. Did I hear John say something? Did you say something, John?
No, you didn't hear John something.
Oh, sorry. I thought I saw his mic open. Sorry.
The 5 gravities are incorrectly named Newtonian force of attraction, attracting mass. There is general relativity, which is Einsteinian, which replaced incorrectly named Newtonian. Then there is quantum gravity, which is the new one on the way. And then there is electric gravity from naive flat earthers. And then there is relative density, also known as specific gravity, or specific gravity, also known as, or more correctly named as, relative density. Now, that one is scientifically provable and proven. Yes, there is scientific evidence for that gravity. For the other four gravities, there is nothing, and there will be nothing.
When you ascribe the electric gravity to flat earthers, I don't know if that's fair. It's electric universe origin.
No, it didn't. It originated with Bob Nodell.
No, it didn't.
No, it didn't. It didn't originate with what's his name, Ken Wheeler.
Hold on. What you're gonna have to walk me through this. Why don't you walk me through this? Are you telling me Bob?
Yeah.
Introduced a downward bias to flat Earth and got it named electric gravity? What?
Yeah, that's Bob. That's Bob. Because even when Ken Wheeler was on, I don't know if it was on one of the shows with them before Bob passed away. Bob was there talking to him, and he brought up dielectric acceleration with Ken Wheeler, right, and said, "That's my idea of what's happening." And Ken Wheeler was like, "Oh, right, well, yeah, well, we've known for a long time that gravity was not correct, right? But it was Bob bringing up the idea. It wasn't that Ken Wheeler hadn't heard of it before. This is only like within the past 2 years."
So where did the incoherent bit? What's the incoherent bit mean?
It's that the magnets that the magnetism they're talking about has no specific pole. If you understand, it's just like a switching around situation. And maybe I'm not explaining that correctly, but that's basically it. Where incoherent is in it. I just basically it's if you look at incoherent magnetism, they don't behave as any specific particular type of magnet. If you understand what I mean.
I'll ask Adam.
Yeah, ask Adam. He knows it.
Okay, so
but
to summarise, there's 5.
I understand it, but that incoherent part that never made any sense to me.
Me neither. Me neither. I've just always felt too dumb to ask that question in case there was a really obvious answer. But after a couple of years of, getting sideline information and things like Adam being the emissary to the Ethereans, he's boiled down a lot of their concepts to the point where you go, no, that does seem like a reasonable question to ask. Do you know what I mean by that? If you hear a word that's inserted, these days when Witsit does it, I just roll my eyes. I'm sure you're the same, right? But back when you're ignorant of this stuff and you're like, okay, is there some validity? Let's pick this apart. There's a lot of it and there's quite a few long words, and how they're connected to the subject matter is going to be a task to unpick. But I feel that you would agree, would you not, Brian, as my favourite, that we've unpicked all of this nonsense now and can hear nonsense waffle from a mile away and know, generally speaking, where they're trying to connect some nonsense concept to something that doesn't really exist and why they're using the word in that instance. But as you say, with incoherent, why is that in there? I mean, if it's got something to do with the incoherency of magnetism, then I'm sure that'll get explained to us by Adam.
It's a confession. You have to put that word in there.
Well, I posted a video earlier on Master B, and it's this electrical engineer pulling apart, let's just say, free energy, right? Claims that people making videos that claim to show free energy in the videos, and he's pulling apart the tricks they're using and what they're actually doing. And he's showing how what they're actually showing can't work. And he's giving all the reasons why it can't, due to energy loss and different things like that, how this doesn't work. And he's showing it not working, right? And basically he's saying that these people who are claiming this stuff are frauds because what they're claiming can't be done. That's basically what he's saying. Now, if you can make enough people believe it can be done, and you can make enough people believe that there is a dielectric acceleration and downward bias, then you can basically intellectually defraud a lot of people, and maybe monetarily defraud a lot of people. But that doesn't make it true. And there's always going to be somebody out there who'll show you to be wrong. you know. But how many of these free energy videos were shown on the channels of the people that we argue with on the flat earth side about this? How many of these things were shown on our channels as some kind of fact, when really the guy is even shown how they're using software and different things to make it appear like something isn't plugged in when it is, and different things. He's showing how what these free energy videos are false. You know what I mean? You know, so you have to ask yourself, when they use big words like incoherent dielectric acceleration, what does that mean? It means that you're wrapping up some downward bias claim in a big heap of jargon, doesn't it? To try and intellectually defraud people. That's how I view it.
Maybe that's why they've got
if it's a downward bias.
Go on, John.
If it's a downward bias, then it's not incoherent, right?
Yeah, well, that would make it kind of difficult, wouldn't it, to be incoherent if it's a downward bias? The whole point of incoherence is that it doesn't have.
No, but when it's coherent, it means it's physical, and there's something that we would have to demand, or we would demand, that they showed us. I think what John's saying is, if there's nothing coherent about it, then they just imply that there's a downward bias that they can extract energy from. But you need this bias, because then it's a constant flow of energy that can be extracted out from. If it doesn't exist, and we know it doesn't, some things go up, then where they're going to pull it out of, if it's going to seem plausible, well, invent the actual force that's creating a non-existent downward bias through an incoherent description, and hope no one notices the word.
Well, I can pull it apart, and I didn't get a chance to do this when I was debating with it, right? Because there was so much of the debate was taken up by him, right, wanting to accuse you or QE of doing something instead of actually debating on the topic, because he didn't want to deal with a lot of things I wanted to bring up. But it doesn't matter either way, right? Either way, I won't totally throw the guy underneath the bus, right? But either way, the easiest way to debunk it is, the claim is that everything, right? Everything has electrostatics, right? Now, they're confusing electrostatics with static electricity, right? But everything is electrostatic, right? But that includes gas, because gas has ionic and covalent bonds, right? There's different bonds, but different gases have different bonds, but they don't have hydrogen bonds, and they don't have metallic bonds, but they do have ionic and covalent, right? I think it's like the likes of what they call ideal gases, not ideal gases, sorry, helium, neon, I can't remember the name. There's five or six gases, and there's a specific name on.
Noble.
Like independent.
Noble.
What's the word?
Noble.
Noble. That's the word. I couldn't remember. The noble gases, they have ionic bonds, and other gases, and I don't know. Other gases have covalent bonds. I can't remember all the details, but I know they don't have hydrogen and they don't have metallic bonds. So that means they have electrostatics. So how come these gases aren't being affected by the claimed downward bias? Do you know what I mean? That's the end of that. It's over. Because they are electrostatic too, yet they're not being affected by this claimed downward bias.
Got to be careful.
Dielectric acceleration.
Right. You've got to be careful. Someone who manipulates that gas and shows that you can affect it will then claim victory and say that there's an incoherent dielectric acceleration and a downward bias just by giving you that one demonstration. So careful how you phrase things.
There is no demonstration. There is no demonstration. The only thing they can do is demonstrate with plasma. That's not gas. That's ionized gas. Doesn't behave the same. A plasma can be held in place by a toroidal field. Just 1 second, John. This is for the audience, because I heard a guy speaking about this a while ago on the show, right? Trying to argue with you, Nathan. When it comes to hydrogen fusion, right? They take a chamber completely sealed and they vacuum it. Then they fill it with a high density of hydrogen gas. They then heat the hydrogen gas to the point where it becomes a plasma. When it becomes a plasma, it's too hot for them to keep it in any kind of a solid container, right? So they contain it. So as it's becoming a plasma, they're containing it at the base of the chamber with a toroidal field, because plasmas will adhere to a toroidal field, right? So they can be held in place by a toroidal field. But that toroidal field is on all the time while that hydrogen is in there. But until they heat it and turn it into a plasma, that has no effect on the hydrogen. Magnetics has no effect whatsoever on gas. So no, there is no way out of what I said. It's bulletproof, can't be beaten.
Well, there is an incoherent dielectric acceleration, right? It's just not a downward bias. That would be a coherent. That'd be coherent because it's going down all the time. Coherent, not incoherent. Incoherent is in all directions, muddled. They're taking two things that are antonyms and claiming they're synonyms.
When you say an incoherent dielectric acceleration, are you talking about relative density?
No, I'm talking about like with magnets.
Oh, with magnets, yeah.
Right. Yeah, that's not always going east. It's not always going north. It's not always going an objective direction. Right.
Yes. That's what
it's
I was
muddled.
Explained earlier.
Yeah. Right. It's muddled. So incoherent cannot be a bias.
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I completely agree. It doesn't make sense, exactly. It's one of those that it's like, why is it in there? And it seems like it's a mask to the awful truth that what they're actually describing in reality is incoherent. That is to say, muddled up, as you put it, in all directions. And that would be ascribable to gas behaviour that we do experience. But we don't need to describe it in that manner. We've already got the second law of thermodynamics doing a pretty good job of it. But they've reinvented the wheel and introduced a downward bias and ascribed it to an accelerative force that's come from incoherent dielectric acceleration. You're like, what does that even mean?
Yeah, but what they'll try, see, this is the thing. What they would try to do now is they would try and change it around, call it it is incoherent, so there isn't a downward bias, but it's still there, it's still affecting things, it's causing the down and the up, right? And that's how it's affecting gases. But what I'm talking about takes that away, because gases are not affected by electricity or magnetism, right? They're not affected by it, right? That doesn't happen. They are electrostatic because they have electrostatic bonds, right? But they're not being affected by the very thing that they're... Because Witt's claim is that all things are electrostatic, so all things are affected by the same thing, right? Basically, that's what he's trying to claim. It's like, no, gases don't adhere to what you're saying, and they are electrostatic. It's like... It's like black swan, right? If all swans are white, then one black swan debunks that. He's claiming all swans are white. The fact that gases have electrostatic bonding is the black swan. You know what I mean? That's the point. I never got to that point in the debate with him because it was the most of the debate was about how he was unhappy with you and QE.
What it comes down to is they're trying to take freely and randomly in all directions and turn that into down, just down.
Yep.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward when you break it down. Just like gravity, that is the same. It's no different.
Can I say hello to my brother Chris, who's in chat? He was the one that first told me about flat Earth. So if you don't like me, you could blame him. If you do like me, you could thank him.
He's not your dad.
Thanks, Chris.
That was incoherent.
No, he's in chat. Chat.
Yeah, I said he's not your dad.
Who said he was my dad?
You said people can thank him if people like you. Anyway, moving on.
For leading me to flat Earth, meathead.
Nathan, do you understand my point? What I'm saying there?
Yes.
I don't know if the gases have electrostatics, and if all things are electrostatic, that means all things are supposed to adhere to this claimed downward bias, right? Then gases aren't adhering to it, yet they are electrostatic. That means that's the black swan.
Yeah, it's the identical overcome for both heliocentric and, weirdly, flat Earth incoherent dielectric acceleration with the downward bias. Because the downward bias would be overcome in that rhetoric by your assertion that if it is to be believed to have this force attached to its magnetic properties, then gas would exhibit that behaviour. Ergo, gas would go down, go boom, boom, go splash, splash. Sound familiar? Yeah, it does, because it's the same problem and it's the same overcome. There is no difference, other than what they're saying causes an effect that doesn't exist on the flat Earth side, versus gravity being established as a downward bias throughout your lower and mid to high school education, and then change to a 4D bending space-time in higher education. But they ultimately achieve the same ends, creating an illusion of a downward bias holding you to a spinning ball, or for a flat earther, not creating an overcome for a ball problem, but slightly worse in my mind's eye, which is creating a false hope for a free energy system that will never come to fruition. Did we discuss that at the beginning of the live show or in the pre-show? I forget which. Either way.
Well,
go on.
Well, no, I'm just saying that the what kills them is the term weight, right? Because not only are they killed by the electrostatics and gases, but weight doesn't actually exist. It's only an apparent effect of buoyancy. So what they need to claim is that there is weight. But when the object is weighed in a vacuum, right, it weighs more, not less. It weighs less in air because there's buoyancy. Right, that's the end of that. That kills dielectric acceleration. Because weight would have to exist. The anvil would have to go to the bottom of the tub of mercury. But it doesn't. It goes to the top. Yet it'll fall through air at a great force. Why? What? Where did its weight go? It would never existed. So they'd have to prove weight exists before they could even talk about dielectric acceleration.
Right.
So
we have got a video. I assume you wanted to cover this today, right, Brian?
Is this from a guy called Lower Lodge?
Yes.
Lower Lodge?
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't heard it. He made a video. He made another video. I don't know which one you'd like to respond to, but this is like a live stream. I haven't heard this. He made another video in the past few days. It was an hour-long video that might be better to respond to about flat Earth, right? And this is like a hangout about flat Earth with him and his couple of friends. But the point is that he obviously, I just flicked through different parts of it, of both of them. And literally on the first one, I was able to turn it off after 2.5 minutes, convinced that he doesn't have a clue about what he's talking about. But he's a big YouTuber and he's growing very fast. And what the guy does is he normally deals with like missing person type stuff, and he goes through stuff like that. But he tries to pull apart nonsense. When it comes to this subject, I made a comment to him in his last video that I would be willing to converse with him. He doesn't have to be on his show. I can do it privately and go through the subject with him, because I said you can't learn about this subject if you're just doing a basic Google search. They've made that impossible, right? So all you're going to get is nonsense. And he hasn't responded to me, but yet he's responding to other people like Mark Sargent. You know what I mean? So far he hasn't responded to me that I'm aware of. I've offered him to speak with him about it. As I said, it doesn't have to be on his show, but he's got a big following and he's growing all the time. But this is a bad road for him to go down, because regardless of how big his following is, this is going to embarrass him. That's the way it's going to be.
Okay, well, let's do a call to action. So this guy is called the Lorry something. What's he called?
The Lower Lodge. Lore Lodge.
The Law Lodge. Okay, so I've put a link to his live stream. No, it's not his live stream. We're doing the hour-long video. So I've actually watched about 8 minutes of this, which is how much I was recommended to watch by Brian when he linked me, and I then responded to your comment. I don't know if you saw that, Brian. I actually responded to the comment you left him. Anyway.
I didn't know that, no.
Yeah, for a start, I was surprised to see that it was there and it hadn't immediately been scrubbed by the algorithm or him. So I was like, oh, great. Well, if I respond to your comment, at least it'll nudge it up a little bit. Anyway, I think I even went a bit further. I won't bother searching out that comment because I think I left a load of timestamps in there. But from memory, it was juicy right up to about the 12-minute mark where I was like, exactly as you said, you were like, oh, at that point, I just gave up. And I was pretty much of the same attitude. So should we get into this? I'll do my call to action. So yeah. you can see his link to this video going by right now. So please leave him a comment and let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, so he can be pushed up even further in the algorithm and get some of that algorithmic love from our flat earth side of the fence. where we receive none from YouTube. So we would hope, if he were to make a response to us, given that we're reaching out to him and critiquing some of the things he said in his video about flat Earth and some of the stereotypes that he holds, hopefully he'd make a response. And if he were to do so, hopefully put a link to our video. That's the selfish reason for me doing this. The vain hope that somebody will respond and actually put a link to our video. But hopefully he would do that if he was to make a response. So hopefully that's bought enough time for people to actually click on the link and go and leave him a quick comment. There's almost 100 people. Is there 100 people watching in this stream currently? 92. So just shy of 100 people watching. So yeah, I'm sure some of you will actually go and... Go on, Brian.
I'm just saying that it would be a good idea to put that, to go to both videos and write the same comments. Because the video you're going to cover now came out a couple of days ago, whereas last night's video was only from yesterday. So I put it on both videos. That way it's going to be seen more. And more people will come and watch it. Whereas if you put it on a video from a few days ago, it won't, because this is only all happening in the past few days. So last night's video, put it on that one too, because it doesn't matter, it's the same subject. It's the same guy making a video within the past few days.
You know, rotation so eventually. I'm Aiden Madison, welcome back to the Lord.
Okay, well, let's do a bit of it. So if you're listening rather than watching, it's LORE, as in like lore when you're talking about Star Wars, as opposed to legal.
I don't know if it's just that I'm on the younger side of life, or if this is something that sort of erupted in the last few years, but I remember that growing up, I didn't see a ton of stuff about the flat Earth, at least not stuff that took it seriously. You'd have TV shows and movies make jokes about it, you'd see somebody making a meme, you'd see it as some sort of reference for a ridiculous conspiracy, but in the last few years, and like I said, maybe it is just because I'm on the internet now more than I was when I was in high school, I've seen a lot of people who seem to very seriously believe that the Earth...
First problem. So what we're dealing with en masse is people in this arena from Flat Earth who do just believe that the Earth is flat. And when they're challenged, and I've seen this many times at various Flat Earth conferences, average Flat Earther on the street, that is to say, is in the conference and is just a patron of the conference rather than a host or a guest that's on stage, they'll be asked, why do you believe the Earth's flat? And they'll give an answer. And they'll talk about conspiracy and they'll talk about finding God. And you go, yeah, well, you're affirming that which this guy, by stereotype, is now asserting in his video, which is that we believe Earth is flat. Now, we don't believe Earth is flat here on Flat Earth Debate. We know it's flat. That's how it's measured.
Earth is not a sphere. There are several different reasons why people seem to attach themselves to this theory, several different entry points.
Not a theory. You're in a category error. Go on. Someone wanted to add something.
Oh, no, you got there before I did.
Some people start with the moon landing, and they think the moon landing is fake, and that drives them to believe the Earth is flat in and of itself, and that's why...
Yeah, again, a crazy linkless segue that people used to make back in the day. So 10 years ago for me, you'd see people debunking the moon landing with various different, now considered useless by us, debunkings, and then asserting after the fact that Earth is therefore flat, or titling a video Flat Earth and then putting a moon buggy debunking or a footage or model or whatever, painting debunking, and say, therefore Earth's flat. And you're like, well, it's completely non sequitur. Now, you can debunk the heliocentric model and then revert to the default position in terms of Earth being flat, as it's presented that way to you in all instances. But most people, or no people to my memory, have made that connection, which is to say that is the default position, and what's holding up your belief that we're on a spherical surface are things like the moon landing, because that's what's offering you the images. Go on, Brian.
Yeah, the moon landing being debunked only causes a problem for heliocentrism and the globe. It doesn't prove the Earth to be anything because there's no proof of what the Earth is just off of that. But just on what you said a second ago before that, yeah, we don't have beliefs here. We have knowing. We know measurement is not belief. Measurement is not a conspiracy. We don't need to believe anything.
People took your feigned cries for attention seriously, Brian. Check out this super chat. Thank you very much for the super chat, Sensual Goat. He says, Brian's level of research is exemplary. Puts PhD Fanny Dorkner to shame. I think that was a spelling error. But yeah, I agree.
Thank you.
Also, shout out to Roger Ledwell. It seems like the Matrix to me. Which aspect? You'll have to be a bit more detailed. I don't know, but thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate the support.
Why we didn't get to the moon. Others point to the Bible and claim that the Bible, as well as all of the other ancient religions, all say that the Earth was flat, and this only changed sometime in the last several hundred.
I don't know about other religions because I'm not that learned. Well, I'm not even that learned in the Bible, let's be honest. But the Bible is definitely a flat Earth book. I mean, I wouldn't lean on that. I don't. Go on, sorry.
That would be an appeal to age fallacy, I believe. If you.
Yeah, I totally agree. I wouldn't use it as a standard personally. People do. And I can see why if they're justifying it based on what the text simply says. Just take it literally and it's a flat Earth book.
I wouldn't call it a flat Earth book, though.
Well, I mean,
you don't see heliocentrism in it at all, but I wouldn't call it a flat Earth book.
By flat Earth book, I mean that the context and the descriptions of Earth in that book are flat. I don't mean that it's like a flat Earth guidebook.
Yes, I agree with that.
Well, the only issue with the Bible is not with the Bible, but the issue that he's trying to point out, what he's not understanding is there's plenty of people in the world who are claiming to be Bible-believing and Bible-following Christians, but they're also heliocentrists. And some of these are people like PhD Danny Faulkner, right, and others, who are claiming to be Bible-believing and Bible-following Christians, yet promoting heliocentrism. It's contradictory to the Bible to promote heliocentrism. That's the real point.
And that's a fact because he did say that in Joshua chapter 10, when Joshua bid the sun to stand still in the sky, Danny Faulkner said what actually happened was God stopped the earth from rotating, which makes him a Bible denier.
Yeah, he wants to.
Yeah, it makes people the Bible deniers.
Sure, anyway, we are not going to lean on this standard. I'm not going to decry the standard because other people do adhere to it. I've got nothing wrong with that. If they want to contextualize it within their faith, which is obviously what he's critiquing, fine.
So clearly, at some point, somebody tried to hide it from us. But even in giving it,
what? Whoa. That's a bit of a non sequitur. Where did that get jumped in from? So at some point they
came all the way from 2015.
So therefore, they definitely tried to hide what from us? I don't even follow where the connection's being drawn there. Is he saying, therefore, the people I'm critiquing say flat Earth was hidden from us? Is that what he meant by that sentence fragment?
Well, if this was 2015, I'd say yes, he's correct, because people were saying that. But it became fairly obvious within a short space of time that it was just down to people's pre-assumptions and about the world as opposed to looking at what the world really is. So yeah, in 2015, that would have been a true statement. But by 2016, it would have been a bit of a straw man.
What's this guy called again? I want to actually edit the name of the live stream rather than it being Friday's politics show. It's called The Law Channel, is it?
Lodge.
The Law Lodge. Lore Lodge.
Yes.
But there's how he's going to make the connection between conspiracy and flat Earth by what people believe the Earth is, and then now people are having to hide it, therefore it's a conspiracy.
I see.
It becomes a conspiracy immediately.
Gotcha. Okay.
A couple of examples like that, it doesn't quite capture the scope of what flat eartherism is, because this is not necessarily one distinct, clear set of beliefs. It seems that flat eartherism changes depending on who you're talking to. Different people have different motivations today.
Yeah, I'd agree with him on that. I mean, there are lots of different subcategories of flat Earth believers, and they all believe all sorts of crazy different stuff that's often, if not always, unrelated to the actual measurements of Earth being flat. So in that respect, we, like you, summarize in detail. You're not really bracing against them by summarizing them, but we actually brace against a lot of those people for their lack of credibility or evidence, moreover. So, yeah, if anybody else want to disagree or agree with him, as I've just done?
Yeah, he's correct. He's correct, but we don't come into that category.
No.
Us and those who follow the show here, because we don't have a belief. We're not making up stuff we can't support. You know, so yeah, he's correct. There is a lot of different types of believers out there. And that's because they...
And Brian's correct. And Brian's correct as in, he might say, oh, well, you're a flat earther. You very specifically call yourself a flat earther, so therefore you're affirming my point that you're all in different groups and have different beliefs. No. we aren't of the belief of anything when we detail how, if you want to look at it this way, show you how your heliocentric world was measured flat. So you could say we're advanced heliocentrists if you want to affirm your bias with what we say, because we're showing the history of how the globe Earth comes from those measurements. Sod all to do with belief, and we often oppose people who call themselves flat earthers, not because they understand and appreciate how Earth is measured, but because they've got an idea about the Illuminati or Roman Catholic Church took the flat Earth measurements and made them into a globe, and how that globe that was made from the flat Earth measurements is claimed to work, and how they say it doesn't work. That's what a typical flat earther would do. It's been set up so that that's how they run the path of flat earthism, as you call it, or what it is to be. I've forgotten the term he used. He invented a new one, flat earthery or something like that. But what it is to be flat earthery could be, as I reiterate now, summarised by us affirming his point. We're not, because we don't have the belief, as Brian just pointed out.
Yeah,
as with many
in the end of the day, somebody took those measurements and started claiming that we were on a globe. So someone definitely did that, right? But that's not a conspiracy, because we can prove that those measurements are not the measurements of the globe.
I don't even necessarily agree with you based on the history. So you've got to read between the lines to even infer that, right? Because they're being charged with getting a better grasp of how the stars will move through the night sky. And they're working with measurements off a flat plane. So I can't reconcile the notion that someone like Copernicus looks at these measurements and then comes up with an off-the-wall, out-of-the-box idea when describing heliocentrism. To me, it's a way of fathoming something that is, at that point, been exhausted by all extents to track in a conventional way. So he has to work unconventionally to come up with a model, a system, heliocentrism, that works in an unconventional manner that puts you in a position that you aren't literally in and turns the ground into a shape that it literally isn't, based on the measurements of what it actually is, that's flat. I can't reconcile the idea that he would ever suggest to anybody who he explained the model to that they should therefore believe the ground beneath them is curving. I can't reconcile that anymore, knowing what he's actually doing and who he's doing it for and why he's doing it. What's the end game? Why invent heliocentrism? What is the purpose of it? As I've already detailed, to get a better grasp of what the stars are doing, what their motions are, and what their cyclical patterns will entail. And in some instances, the additions, like elliptical orbits, are only added to overcome problems in the previous model that didn't get it right. Now, at no point do I consider these philosophers so stupid as they wouldn't recognise that which is measured flat to actually be the reification of the model that they've invented in their own mind. That, to me, seems ludicrous.
Yeah, I'd have to disagree with you, because heliocentrism begins and ends with Johannes Kepler. Johannes Kepler got all the information he needed for the sun cycle from astrology, because he was a master astrologer, which he learned astronomy through astrology. So all that information was already there. There wasn't flaws beforehand. There wasn't a flaw, right? The globe Earth claim begins and ends with him. There was no this claim about a geocentric globe paradigm. That can't exist prior to, that just can't exist full stop. But I won't go into the reasons why, but that just can't exist. It all began with Kepler. Kepler knew the original sun cycle. He turned that into, well, by amalgamating that with the Copernican model, solar system model, he gave them their 23.4 degree tilt, they're 3 million miles closer and further from the sun over a 12-month period, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, that's it. That's the facts. You're right. I should just stick to
those angles that he had to be, and when he had to confirm anything, he had to use elevation angles to the sun. So he had, because when he was dealing with astrology, it was all flat plane. So there's no way that he could not have known.
Exactly, that's what I was about to disagree with myself because of what you just said.
I don't think he's innocent, though, is my point. I don't think he's as innocent as
he's invented it, but he hasn't asked anybody else to reify it. I know he's come up with it, but like you say, it seems beyond comprehension to say that somebody who knows, like John, my favourite, when he made his kitchen into a sphere, you've got to have the mathematical prowess and excellence that John absolutely does above everybody else who comes here to be able to recognise how you're first measuring and then putting into place. I know you've done this too, by the way, Brian. To turn your ground that's flat spherical. You can't then turn around to me and say, well, he knew it wasn't flat. You're like, no, he must know it is. He's using that measurement. How can he not know? So from that point forward, you can say, okay, it's Kepler. But I don't think this is even worthy of discussion. It's my fault because I'm trying to divine motivation of men in history when we know the history, and that's all that's relevant. Well, who came up with it? Well, you can just ascribe it to Kepler in this instance, right? And put a full stop and move on. In other words, well, this isn't something that we've discovered through measuring the solar system. There is no solar system. We've got an idea and a notion that's come from a person.
I can only pre-assume that Kepler knew exactly what he was doing and did it in, let's say, bad faith. But you would state maybe he knew exactly what he was doing, but he never intended it for it to happen that way. We can't go back and find out what his motivation
exactly
was.
We can't appeal to the motivation. We only know the history as it's presented to us, and we can show how what is being measured and utilized with respect to the astrology that he was master of before inventing some of the aspects that are now well loved and understood to be beneath our feet in terms of a globe Earth. He knew he was measuring it flat. There's no two ways about that.
They all know that, though. Hold on a sec. The thing is, their reification is they put themselves in the celestial sphere and believe the stars are below their feet. So they're trying to make a square peg fit a round hole. And in their ignorance, that is where heliocentrism was born.
Yeah, but thereafter by the people who reify the model, not by them. I will could debate all this all day. We know where it came from. We know who invented it. To claim that it's a measurement of the way the world actually functions is a lie. It isn't.
Conspiracy theories, whether you're looking at the disappearance of MH370 or if you're looking at Tartaria, there are a number of different versions of it. Nobody is in perfect total agreement.
See, Tartarians, are they all flat earthers? I don't know if that's the case. I don't know enough about Tartarians. I know that a couple have come here and had their asses handed to them with their baseless assertions and garbage theories. Colloquial theories, I might add. Certainly not scientific. But, okay, if you want to have a pop at Tartarians, feel free. We do too.
But they all do tend to agree on a few of the same core aspects.
Oh, really? Well, we'll see about that, won't we? I've already explained and explicitly disclaimed that I am a flat earther, so I'm going to have something to say about this.
With flat earthers, when it comes to what they believe about the Earth,
It's going to be a stereotyping fallacy either way.
Well, it's flat, stationary, enclosed by an ice wall at the edges with a
Oh, flat and stationary. Right, well, the first is an aspect that we measure, so that is obviously clues in the title, so it's redundant. Stationary. It's a non-positive claim. You know, it's the observable default position. If you want to ascribe that to me, I would take it on the chin fine, even though I don't have to actually justify or present any evidence for a non-positive claim of the self-observed obviousness of how we experience the world. That isn't necessary. But there we go, I'll take that one on the chin as well. Ice wall? Hands up who thinks there's an ice wall. I'm going to say there's at least...
I couldn't prove that there is or isn't, so I couldn't go either way with it.
There might be. There might not be. I haven't got a clue. Yeah, you're right, Brian. I wouldn't discount it based on a lack of evidence unless somebody actually tried to claim it and then I'd present them with their burden and say, prove it. 74,000 miles of ice wall, you say? Prove it. This is just a picture of about a quarter of a mile of a bit of ice. Where's the 74th? Where's the rest of it?
Yeah, exactly. I could make an argument, a physics argument for that. I could do that. But it doesn't prove it or disprove it, you know, so you can't know.
That's what makes flat earth debate special. We only talk about what we can validate.
Yeah, we have no validation for an ice wall. There might be. I mean, feel free to try and prove it to me, but no, I wouldn't claim this. I stick to things I can prove.
Solid dome above, and...
Whoa. Solid dome above. We must have containment. I don't know what the containment is. Solid dome. Oh, I mean, this is some garbage you've got from The Simpsons and from some of these pictures and GIFs you Google searched. Now, what I know is we've got gas pressure. Now, knowing that we've got gas pressure means I know that we must have something containing that gas pressure. There must be containment. That's it. That's the end of my claim as far as gas that proves it by way of antecedent.
And Earth is typically at the center of the universe.
And Earth is center of the universe. Again, no, we've got a polar-centric system that we can call central in terms of having an absolute direction. We've got north. That's about it. Go on, Brian.
Yeah, sorry. Just on those two points, the ice one and the dome, I would claim containment for our liquid oceans, and I would claim containment for the gas and pressure that we have, because they both require containment. I don't have to claim that there's an ice wall and a dome. I can make an argument for an ice wall, and I can make an argument, an engineering argument for a dome, but that doesn't prove their existence. But I can most certainly claim that there is containment for those liquid water oceans and for that gas, because they can't do what they do without solid containment.
Right, and that's self-evident based on the fact that we're all breathing gas pressure and we know that the water exists. So there's no standard on our part. We are definitely breathing gas pressure, and you can't have gas pressure without containment. There is a positive assertion from the Globe Earth side that the sky, where you had your NASA moon landing crap up earlier, that you said was a flat Earth proof, I'm not sure about that, but what we can do is point out that that was all fake. Every bit of the NASA moon landing footage that you appealed to earlier is fake. Why? Well, because you can't have gas pressure without a container. And if the sky was a vacuum, then the high-pressure gas we all breathe would fill the availability of volume. You believe men travelled through to get to the moon. Ergo, that journey is immediately debunked. I don't need to point out shadows on the moon with the flag or any of the other crap that people use to debunk it. I don't need to point out the stop-motion animation or the obvious model of the moon that was filmed or the tracks that they showed you with the model of the moon and the stop-motion animation that they had at NASA. I don't need to show any of that. I don't need to show the stages, the backdrops, don't need to make connections to Kubrick. All of that's crap. All I need to do is appeal to a law of nature, the second law of thermodynamics, gas dispersion. If the sky was a vacuum, the gas we breathe would fill the space. Ergo, your sky vacuum isn't real, and there was no journey through it to get to the moon. That's what I can do, because you have a positive claim that there is a sky vacuum. I don't have to make any claims about the sky. I don't know what the sky is. Don't need to. Go ahead, Adam.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, it's Adam, is he?
I was just saying hello. But...
And I wasn't, but I'll say hello and good afternoon, gents.
Good afternoon. Go ahead, Brian.
Hey, Adam. Well, what I would say about that, Nathan, is we can't have the dynamic system we have without it being a closed system. You can't have a dynamic open system. You can only have a closed dynamic system, which is what we live in. And if it wasn't for the sun constantly changing temperatures, which is affecting gases and liquids constantly in the world, right? If it wasn't for the sun doing what it does, right, then we would have a situation where if we had the sun just in one spot, then we'd have a situation where we'd have a closed static system where we'd have a heat source that's stationary and everything else would just equalize. Like the gas pressure would equalize, depending on the temperature, where it is or whatever. When I say it equalize, there might still be a differential, but it wouldn't be a changing differential like we have with the sun. Same with the water and evaporation and all that. Now, that would kill us. The place can't exist without the sun doing what it does. But it has to be enclosed for this to happen. It has to be contained for all this to happen. For us to have the dynamic system and the dynamic cycles that we have, those things can't be achieved without containment. He doesn't understand what he's talking about. He's the conspiracy theorist. He's the believer.
I want to reiterate that. They're the one with the positive claim. Let's not level it as being conspiracy. It could be ascribed to that after the fact, but what's the positive claim that's being made? The positive claim, you had it on screen, reaction to this guy, whatever it's called. Forgotten the name of him already. What's the name of him? He's got a positive claim.
Law Lodge.
The Law Lodge has got a positive claim that he needs to defend. Now, when we hear and respond to their positive claim from the heliocentric side, he is on that side. That they have a sky vacuum that you can travel through to get to moon and things. We debunk it by pointing out that we're under pressure. Gas pressure. which cannot be achieved without containment. So if the sky is, as asserted, container-free, no containment, just a ever-decreasing gradient, eventually reaching 10 to the minus 17 torr, for which you can travel through the high-pressure gas, wave goodbye at the Kármán line to the high pressure, and then carry on going to the moon. Utter nonsense, a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, in response to your globe claim that the sky is a vacuum. What's the sky, you say? To flip the burden? I don't know. No idea. Didn't make any claims about it. I know we must have containment because we're breathing gas pressure.
But Nathan, can I just say something quickly? They do
Just
actually,
1 second, John. Go ahead, Wandek.
They do actually admit they need containment, and their containment is called gravity.
Gravity's not.
They admit they...
Yeah, they do need containment. Gas pressure needs containment. It's a law of nature. But gravity's not a force. It's a pseudo-geometry now. Has been for 109 years. So it's not an overcome.
Yeah.
John and then Brian. That's not favoritism. John actually did get in just as Wandek did. Go ahead, John. Then Brian. Then whatever his name is, Neil or something. Go ahead.
Yeah, this is all irrelevant. He's appealing to the explanations that flat earthers give, right? And then he's got explanations for what this is about, a subject of what is, and so the measurements is all that's needed. When you start trying to detail information that's unnecessary, it's part of the trick that people have fooled themselves with, because they're not looking at what is.
Neil? Brian, sorry.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that, John, because it's true. They're not just accepting the measurement of what is. But when it comes to what Wandek said a minute ago, no, the forces don't contain, right? A force, even if gravity was a force, it still is not a container. You require solid containment for these things. Entropy will always overcome what they claim to be a force of gravity every time, all the time. That's admitted by them. So that's not a container. This guy is claiming gas pressure, temperature, and vacuum without a container. All of those three things require a solid container to be actualized. So this guy has three claims on the board he doesn't even realize he has. And all of them are in defiance of natural law.
Yep. Neil?
No, I was just going to say a concept can't contain anything.
As for the various celestial bodies, the sun, the moon, the stars, all of the other planets, those are typically either underneath or within the structure of the dome itself, and they're not out in the vast expanses of space. They're also perceived to be local, although the extent to which they are local varies. In some cases...
Go ahead, John.
So there's a vast expanse of space that gas does not fill.
According to them. Shout out to Roger Ledwell. He says frisbee golf can be fun. Go ahead, John. Sorry to cut you off.
I was going to say, it's kind of a red herring. What is the subject? Is the Earth flat? Right. That's the question. Why aren't you addressing it with a measurement and just end it? If to him, why are you talking? Just show the measurement of how we measure Earth.
Yeah, good point.
Cases, they're only 3,000 miles away. In some cases, it's more, and in some, less. This tends to be because of differing beliefs on where the dome actually is.
No, it's because people don't know how Earth's measured. Now, they can't actually acquire heights, flat Earth or globe Earth, to the celestial bodies. And when inferred to be wrapped around a flat plane to take these angles from to the celestial bodies, it would be asserted in globe Earth terms that they're infinite distance. For us, we don't need to ascribe a distance because it's not required for navigating with them or mapping with them, which is what we do with them. Flat. That's how Earth's actually measured. The fact that flat earthers don't know how the dome that they're claiming works is not really our problem. It would be something that we would contest if they came in and gave us. We've heard it all before, that there's a sapphire dome. No. We know we must have containment. That's about as far as the extent that we can debunk your assertion the sky is a vacuum with. But that's all we'd do. As for the stars and their practical application, the demonstration of how they are utilised proves Earth is being measured flat for all, including globe believers.
And what the Earth actually looks like. Some flat earthers believe that...
Doesn't matter how it looks. It measures flat.
Ice expands in all directions endlessly forever, and that the dome is up over top of that.
Maybe. Who cares? Earth's measured flat. And the globe claim, the models that you haven't got and can't show us, come from those flat Earth measurements.
Which has its own logical inconsistencies that we can get to later, but for now we're just going to move on past that. Others believe that the circumference of the Earth is actually a diameter.
Yeah, one of the things I commented on. Feel free to check out what I commented in that regard. Go ahead, John.
Why are you appealing to logic if you're just talking about is the surface curved or is it flat? Well, we'll look at a measurement and see.
Of the Earth. So it would still be about 25,000 miles, but rather than that wrapping around, it goes from point A to point B across a flat map. Now, if you look at a lot of ancient maps of the world, and we're talking, really early maps, a lot of the time this is what they look like, where there is the land is all at the center clustered around in a circle, and then there's water beyond it. If you
Did you see that map, Adam? Maybe he's not looking. I'm
driving, but
don't worry.
I'm not nearly home. Why?
Well, typically you'll do a reverse image search and find out that it's written by some 12-year-old in the 1900s or something. Anyway.
You look at most flat Earth maps from the 1800s.
We won't cover his lackluster research that may or may not be the case.
They are going to give you basically the world map as we know it. The main difference is that it's not a globe. It's just a flat plane. Now...
Wow, that's a way to demean a lot of very hard-working people and the maps that they've produced, but there we go.
When most people try to address the concept of flat Earth in the 21st century, they'll try and take a scientific angle. They'll try and
This guy obviously doesn't know what science is.
Use mathematical proofs to show that...
Literally in the next breath. They'll use science. They'll use mathematical. They're two different things. So he doesn't know what either is, I would assume.
No, what he's claiming, what he thinks is science is not science and it's not proof of anything. Actual natural science does prove. It proves or disproves your hypothesis. That's what natural science does. And maths don't prove things. Measurement proves things. If we're talking about the Earth itself, maybe in other situations maths will prove things. If we're talking about the Earth, maths don't mean anything. Measurement, which is mathematical, but it's not just maths. Measurement proves things.
Right, or to put it into a different context, if you're going to tell me how long the digestive tract of a unicorn is, and you show me how you've calculated it based on the anatomy of horses and deer, then you can, prove that you've got the exact length of the digestive tract of a unicorn? Well, there it is in the maths. Well, yeah, it is there in the maths, and you've got a number at the end, but it doesn't prove that there are even digestive tracts or unicorns in existence to be measuring. However, if you laid out a dead unicorn, pulled out its digestive tract, and ran a tape measure along it, I'd definitely accept that as a measurement of said unicorn digestive tract. But a measurement and maths alone won't cut it. Measurement and calculate. I keep saying measurement. Maths and calculation alone won't cut it. Measurement will. God, that would have been a much better statement if I hadn't bolstered it up twice.
That the Earth is round and that this cannot be questioned. But
round and flat are not mutually exclusive.
I wanted to start somewhere else. I didn't want to look at the specific modern beliefs. I wanted to understand how flat eartherism developed. How did people come to believe that...
Why? Why'd you give a toss about how people believe things and how they have gone through the process of coming to believe things? What are you, psychologist? Does it matter? We here do not meet any of the standards that you've laid down in terms of your research, because all we're interested in is how Earth actually measures. That's all we're interested in. You're interested in the psychology and the rote through what we call the feast of nonsense, the garbage that gets put before people when they come to this subject. Yeah? Now they don't even get the feast of nonsense, they just get the anti-flat Earth rebuttal before they've even heard the argument. And the argument will be represented by some complete clown soaking up every single flat Earth search done in YouTube, much to their financial success. Yeah. Hold on, I'll just shoot a super chat shout out, and then you can have the mic, Brian. Shout out to Roger Ledwell again. Thank you very much indeed for all these super chats. I would love a chunk of the sky. I don't know. We can see what we can do. We've still got a few horizons left to sell you, Roger. Maybe you can kind of call that a chunk of the sky. It's where the sky meets the ground, right? We'll flog you a horizon. speak to me after. Go ahead, Brian.
Sorry for cutting you off at the end there, Nathan. Yeah, what I'd say to him is we're interested in provable geometry and physics. We're not interested in nonsense. We're not interested in maths. We're not interested in pseudoscience. We're not interested in any of those things. He's now addressing something that isn't the Feast of Nonsense. Like, even though, as we count the Feast of Nonsense, like ice walls, domes, all this, even though we attack that, at the end of the day, if people are shown that first, they're more likely to investigate and research the topic than they are if they're just given an anti-flat out rhetoric. But they're given the anti-flat out rhetoric first now. And that's kind of like, he's more of an anti-flat earther, really. But he's trying to be somewhat impartial while handing us a massive load of straw man arguments that really mean and amount to nothing, while he is promoting complete and utter nonsense from a geometric measurement and physics point of view, with that being the heliocentric paradigm, promoting that as being like the only logical answer.
Something so objectively false is true. And I know that if you believe the Earth is flat, that statement probably turns you off. You probably don't want to finish watching the video.
No, man, we're critiquing it. I mean, we have actually run out of live stream time because we've done a full hour, but we might do a little bit longer. It's not that what you say puts me off or makes me want to shudder in fear of you saying that it's demonstrably untrue by way of a baseless assertion. You're attacking people's beliefs in flat Earth. And what you might be surprised to hear from me is that in many ways I would align with you on that. Yeah? We also decry people who believe Earth is flat because they should be standing on the fact that it's measured that way for all models, including the globe. That's how it is measured. So this isn't a standard that you can lay at our door. Maybe other people's. I mean, you're doing it by stereotype, though, so you're going to get both barrels from us.
Probably writing a comment right now.
Sorry, go ahead, start again.
I'll leave Neil go first, I'll go back.
I was going to say, a lot of ways this reminds me like of my personal relationship with the Lord. I would say you can't have a belief. You have to have a no-so attitude that your life is hid with God in Christ. It's the same thing with flat Earth. You have to know it's flat. It's not a belief anymore. Once you have the facts, you have a knowledge of it being flat. Beliefs are out the window.
It's not that there's a have to. We'll come back to you, Brian. It's more that it's a lot less stressful if you know it's measured flat. Because then when people are throwing unjustifiable claims at you or asking you to explain certain aspects of typically their heliocentric belief and how it would work on a flat Earth, if you know Earth is measured flat, you're a lot less inclined to be stressed out about that. Whereas if, like most, you believe Earth is flat, oh, and have you heard about the free energy that might be on offer? Or have you heard about the ancient civilizations that were covered in muddy water? Or have you heard about the lizard people that are exposed by the glitches in the TV system? Have you heard of any of these things? In other words, they'll segue away from their flat Earth belief pretty quickly. Or better still, tell you about how the globe doesn't work. Yeah, that's what you get from many a flat earther. But unfortunately for you, your attack as a stereotype wouldn't have accounted for the fact that we measure Earth flat here on Flat Earth Debate and demonstrate how that is the case. Because that's the only standard that you actually need if you're going to be a flat earther. And that, to address Neil's point, is far less stressful. You don't have to worry about their straw men. How would this work on a flat earth? Oh, I don't care. Who cares? Have you got a claim about how it would work on a globe? Because if you have, I'll show you how that globe claim you'll make will have come from a flat earth measurement in the first instance. Now, if you know that, you no longer feel the need to justify any of their bullshit claims that they're throwing your direction. How does this work on a flat earth? How does that work? This couldn't possibly work on a flat earth. No matter what you say about how it succeeds on a globe, I would just take the win from you. Oh, right. Well, that's a testament to the accurately measured flat earth angles to all these stars then. Earth measured flat for that to have succeeded. Well done, flat earth. That's what I'd be doing. Let's just do a quick shout out.
Nathan, you said something the other...
Let me just do the shout out, and then Brian's been waiting for about the last 3 minutes. Hi, gang. Long time no see. Says it. Is it because it's flat? Is it because I is flat? My bad. Says hi, gang. Long time no see. Still killing it, but work has stopped for me being a regular. Neil is ace. Makes me laugh. I imagine Danny DeVito's face. Oh well, that's good for
Danny.
you. Thank you for the super chat.
It's not Danny DeVito. It's Joe Pesci's face.
Yeah, of course, it's Joe Pesci.
Thank you, QE. Thank you.
Shut up, Neil.
Brian's been waiting forever.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out two things to this guy if he does happen to listen to this. That your globe maths, the globe mathematics are a back engineering of flat Earth elevation angles to Polaris, which is the latitude and which gave us the latitude and longitude grid. Right? So your globe comes from flat Earth measurements. And when you think that you're doing something concerning the celestials on the surface of your globe, you're not. Every single astronomy situation starts at the equatorial plane of a globe at equinox, which takes away the tilt of the globe to 23.4 degrees. It extends that plane out into the celestial plane, and it pre-assumes, this is so they can take angles to the celestial bodies, and they pre-assume that they're stationary and the celestials are moving. So what you think is some kind of a proof for your globe is not. They're pre-assuming a monstrous flat stationary plane with celestials that surround it and move for those plane globe claims.
Hell's angles.
Hell's angles.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to do one last super chat before I ask people to stay tuned for the after show. Roger Ledwell, thank you very much again for all these super chats. I have to work on flat Earth. Have I said that correctly? I have to work on flat Earth, lol. Okay, well, thank you for the super chat. Really appreciate it. With that, though, I'm going to say if you're watching this on an after show, stay tuned.
What? Like 4 more hours after?
Me and Nathan were
So
tag
like
teaming
7 o'clock,
really well.
7:30.
Hold on. Neil was there too the whole time.
Hold on. Will you guys keep the conversation going if I get coffee and get myself a couple of drinks?
We're dead air as soon as you step away.
You promise you won't? Please. It's been a really busy day. Stop. Just let me get ordered just for 1 sec. I am going to step away. That means I really don't have to immediately step back to say, oh, great, dead air. So can you keep chatting?
Yeah, well, if you stop ruining the conversation, then that might be possible.
Oh, well, it's my fault.
It's a mistake he always makes.
What? It's your bloody show.
He missed his opportunity. Brian was talking. He could have shut it down.
Yeah. Could have ground his beans, all sorts in that amount of time.
You're running a bloody show. Are you kidding me?
All right. Go ahead.
That was fairly English. Do it again.
Yeah.
You just need to use the word bruv. What are you talking about, bruv?
Neil, the hell were you talking about before? So before you rudely interrupted me?
I didn't hear you talking. I'm sorry. There's a thing with your name over there, and it's 3 guys. You posted something in Master B. 3 characters going over.
Yeah. Brian posted a show. I was perusing Skype last night, and I seen Brian posted a show. He said, these guys are knuckleheads, so I left after the first couple minutes. So I hit it, and yeah, I posted a small comment over there, yes.
I couldn't find your comment. Now, Vlad on Flat Earth, he could find your comment, but I couldn't find it. So I don't know what it said.
I saw Q's comment. I gave it a like.
Just hit new. Hit new.
Yeah, you got to refresh the comments and scroll down a little bit. You'll see it. It's right there. Dunning-Kruger Egypts.
That's the one.
Yep.
That's who we were just responding to, because that guy made it. The video we were just responding to was a video this guy made about Flat Earth about 3 or 4 days ago. The one he did last night was some kind of a live stream with his friends in response to that or connected to that. I don't know what's going on there.
Oh, yeah, with his bartender friend, right?
Yeah, I didn't even watch it. I flicked through. I just moved the cursor to 3 different places. And there were three different. Any place I went to was just complete and utter nonsense. Yeah,
train wreck. Yeah. I didn't watch the whole thing. I watched, like I said, like you did, and that's all I needed to make my comments.
Yeah, that's all you can. That's all you can handle is 3 minutes of that.
Yeah, because you know what it is after that. You know, like for his first video, the one we were just covering a minute ago, I got 2 minutes and 24 seconds into it, and I could stop it at that point and kind of without a doubt say, yeah, you don't know what happened about the topic. I basically pointed out to him that, like, I was very cordial to him. I said, look, you don't understand this topic. You can't learn about it through Google searches. They've stopped that, basically. You can't learn about the truth of the topic through that. I offered him the opportunity to have a conversation with me. I'd either go join his show live or he could do it privately. He didn't have to bring me on his show, basically. Right? Never responded to it. Now, he responded to other people. He didn't respond to my comment. Then I left a comment before Mark Sargent did on last night's one saying, look, I offered you the opportunity to learn about this stuff. And instead of responding to that, you decided to do this train wreck. That's what I said to him. And a bit later on, Mark Sargent leaves a comment, and he responds to Mark Sargent, but doesn't ever respond to me.
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah. So you know what you're dealing with, low-hanging fruit. He's trying to attack the people. He's trying to attack basically Mark Sargent because he sees Mark Sargent as an easy
God, man. You're trying to get your 10,000 words out? Holy shit.
I'm not finished. Well, Nathan's still making coffee, so I'll keep talking.
Shut the hell up. He highlighted my response, highlighted reply, and then responded.
What did he say to you?
Well, it's hard to read. You'd have to read mine. I'll go ahead and read my comment. Hey, crayon munching Dunning-Kruger Egypts. How do you acquire elevation angles, see latitude, etc., off a curved adjacent? Do you triangles much? That's the first question. How do you have horizons on a ball tard when horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0, hovering around your collective IQs, and the curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope, non-zero? That's the second question. Then how do you have gas pressure without a container? Do you even second law of thermodynamics? And I wrote science with a bunch of laughing my ass off symbols. You wouldn't know what actual natural science was if it climbed up your collective arses and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wear. And then I put a clown symbol. So he highlighted, is it Mr. E.J. Wheeler?
I don't know. The guy is called, the name of the show is The Lower Lodge. I don't know what his name is.
Well, it's highlighted, and then there's a comment. So he answered some of these questions. How do you acquire elevation angles off a curved adjacent? He said, easily. You could use a bubble sextant, for example, or even just a protractor with a weighted string attached. You friggin' clown. You don't know what elevation angles are.
No, they don't.
So, second question. How do you have horizons on a ball tard when horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0? What the hell does horizons have a rate of shape of 0 even mean? Dumbass. Then he says, how do you have a horizon on a flat earth at all? What?
Yeah, ordinal proof reversal fallacy.
And then how do you have gas pressure without a container? I haven't read these yet, so this is going to be good. How do you have gas pressure without a container? If you mean the atmosphere, it's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure.
Wow.
Clown.
You know what that thing?
If he says if the atmosphere is in a container, why is there such a large pressure gradient? You fucking 2015 moron. And then I said, do you even second law of thermodynamics? The second law of thermodynamics says, he's going to give me a definition that when energy changes from one form to another form, or matter moves freely, entropy disorder, which it's not, in a closed system increases. You screwed that wiki definition up. Not sure that's got to do with your arguing about that. He's a moron. And differences in temperature and pressure. Looks like he quoted this, but no source. Differences in temperature, pressure, and density tend to even out after a while. A moron. Due to the force of gravity.
Oh, no.
No.
Say, read that sentence again.
differences in temperature, pressure, and density tend to even out after a while.
Well, then there wouldn't be differences, would they? There'd be an even temperature. What's he on about?
It's a pre-assumption for pre-assuming stuff to do with
What,
our
he's
paradigm.
pre-assuming entropy? Is that what he's doing?
He's pre-assuming that it now and again doesn't happen. That's what he's pre-assuming.
No, he's
Because
made a statement
entropy
that-
would mean it doesn't even out.
But he's just said it does. So he's confirmed entropy.
Well, he's confirmed that he believes that entropy now and again doesn't happen, because entropy is a constant changing situation. So you'll never have an evening out. Like the temperature will never even out. It'll always be hot, cold, hot, cold.
Well, if you keep heating it up in a different place, yeah, it will, won't it?
No, even that's not going to work. Yeah, it's. You know what I think? I don't think that's him, QE. I think that's someone on his group, because he's got a big channel. Someone within his group who's an anti-flat earther, who has the what's the word I'm looking for? Permissions to go and do this kind of stuff. Because that guy speaking on his videos is not speaking like that. So it seems to me this is some anti-flat earther within his permission group who is now dealing with your comment. That's what it seems like to me.
Well, go ahead about him, guys. I got too much to do to respond to that 2015 Dunning-Kruger wiki surface puke parroter. I'll give you the I'll put in Master B.
Thank you.
You too, Adam. Get over there.
I'm not one for comment writing.
But you're good at it when you do it, Adam.
Yeah.
That rate of change of slope thing, though, there's no way he could have answered that one. Because slope starts at your feet and goes out to the horizon at 0. So he was asking you, so this flat plane that you just measured, how does that work on a flat plane?
Yeah. His first thing about how to get an elevation angle off a curved surface, he immediately went to bubble sextant and protractor with a plumb bob, right? Now that means that number one, he's not understanding what he's actually being asked, or he's trying to red herring away from it. Number two, off of a curved surface, that means you're not referencing the surface there. You're just referencing a horizontal that you're making with a plumb bob or bubble
we do
sextant.
that all the time. Yeah, people take angles off of curved surfaces all the time. That's definitely not like an impossibility. Like, that shouldn't be. I don't think that should be stated to somebody else.
What, using the curved surface? Using the curved surface?
No, not using the curved surface, but standing on top of a hill or something like that.
So they're not addressing the surface. That's the point. The elevation angle that he's been asked about and that we're asking about is the one that addresses the surface. So I don't care what people do and all the rest of it.
Yeah, that point probably is what I would describe as a straw man. If you want to go on to the top of a hill or at the bottom of a hill, you're going to attain a level first. That level won't be commensurate with the hill you stood on, but it will be commensurate and parallel to the plane which you're dwelling atop. Does that make sense? The actual local topography is never going to be an exact parallel to the surface you're navigating. That's why you create a level. That's why we use the horizon with the marine sextant, or we have a bubble to create that level.
Yeah, I mean, it would just be the wording of it's a little funny, is what I'm pointing out, and that's what we do to measure elevation change, right? So I mean, that's you can measure from a curved surface and measure the elevation change from a reference line. Yeah.
No, you can stand on something that is curved and create a horizontal and measure from that. But if you're talking about how we measure elevation change, that's not how. Like, we measure elevation changes with parallel horizontals and parallel verticals, and those horizontals are all parallel to the plane of the horizon, all parallel to mean sea level. The verticals are all parallel, so they're not diverging. So standing on a curved surface and creating a horizontal with a plumb bob or whatever, that, you know what I mean? That is not an elevation angle that we're speaking about. That's not what we're talking about.
Yeah,
No,
yeah.
not at
Just
that
define
point. Yeah.
elevation, and it kind of runs the any point, right?
Yeah.
Because if it's an
Elevation above what?
elevation, well, elevation isn't with respect to what?
A curve.
Exactly. Are you back from Guatemala?
A straight horizontal baseline. If you're going to describe any elevation of anything, it's going to be with respect to horizontal, isn't it?
Well, all elevations are based off of the horizontal that is mean sea level. So they're all based off of what height above that mean sea level the elevation is. Now, the same is true if you're talking, although you can't claim a height, but the same is true if you're dealing with, the same is true if you're dealing with celestials, because you're measuring an apparent elevation of a celestial above the surface of Earth. That's what you're doing. Because even if you're measuring with a bubble sextant, you're still parallel to the plane of mean sea level. You're still parallel to mean sea level. So it doesn't matter if you're standing on the top of a hill, because you're still just making a parallel. Because that's exact measurement, you bring that down to mean sea level. Now, because the celestials don't change with elevation, that measurement will be exactly the same. So you're just mirroring the very measurement you could make off of mean sea level, or off the sea level.
Yeah, I quite like
Yeah,
that.
I mean, it just seems like a question that that when if you were to put it out there, right? So the question was, can any evidence, or can you get a angle from a curved surface? And then people would just automatically be like, they would think in their minds, I can stand anywhere and gain an angle to something. I mean, so it seems almost like, yeah.
That's why it's important you make that differentiation for them, because we've done there. You're not getting the angle from the surface. It's not with respect to the surface. It's with respect to the parallel that you create to the plane. Yeah, that's what you do wherever you are, top of a hill, on the boat. You're creating a parallel plane to the surface you're going to navigate.
Right, and in response to the angle on top of a hill, you would make a tangent to the hill, maybe? Is that what you're going to argue?
No.
The tangent's a straight line, and if you want it to be an elevation angle, it's going to have to be a horizontal.
There's no
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah, we can't.
Right, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Well, no, it would be a tangent to the elevation angle will be a tangent to the hill.
Yes,
but that doesn't. That tangent that you would describe it as would be a horizontal running parallel with the overall mean sea level of Earth. You're not getting a angle from a curved line and a straight line. That never happens.
Elevation angle from a curved or straight line. And by the way, these weasels highlighted the responders reply, I think. Right? Does highlighted reply go on top or on the bottom of a comment? I think they highlighted his response, Mr. E.J. Wheeler, numpty dipshit.
That'd make sense. Yeah.
Yep.
That'd make more sense.
So in the background, these clowns. All right. Fair enough.
Well, they're looking for trouble. They're going to get it.
You think?
Yeah, I'll go in, and I will go into that comment later and leave a response to that guy.
Thanks, man.
Wheeler or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah. Just go into the video and hit new under comments, and you should be able to find it. I'm surprised I'm surprised they didn't delete it.
Well, he wouldn't know what he's deleting. That's the thing. He doesn't know what you're actually asking, so he doesn't know if he should delete it or not. He wouldn't realize that that's actually devastating to him.
What the hell does horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0 even mean?
Yeah. E.J. Wheeler doesn't know what he's talking about either.
Check this definition. Now, he didn't cite anything, probably because there are link averse. He said the second law of thermodynamics says, it doesn't say shit, that when energy changes from one form to another form, what? or matter moves freely. Entropy disorder in a closed system increases. What? Where did he get that? Wait a second. Let me see where that comes from. So what you do here, people, is you copy it and then you plug it into Google. Then you hit enter and then it'll pop up where it came from. Wiki.
Yeah.
It's a train wreck. When energy changes from one form to another, what?
Yeah, that's a wiki then, is it? It makes
What the hell does that mean?
It makes sense. Does energy?
Yeah,
Well, you know when electricity becomes magnetism and magnetism becomes electricity.
Well, you're talking about transducers. You're not talking about I don't know. It's just incoherent. It doesn't make any sense.
Boom, boom.
Boom, boom, what?
Incoherent.
It's a joke from
We
earlier.
were attacking that term earlier.
Oh, it was an inside joke. Okay. Hey, when you putting out that 18-hour marathon from Friday?
Went up.
On Friday, we had a guy come in and pretend he was a surveyor. And
no
the
way. After I left.
He came in, and the way we undid him was rate of change of slope. I pulled him out and said, if you are a surveyor, you would know what the rate of change of slope of the horizon is. He ran the QE.
I listened to all of that show. I listened to all of that show.
Brian? You mean Brian didn't rumpus you before you got that out?
Sorry.
No, it was just me and Nathan and Eli in Discord at that time, I think.
What?
It
was only me and Neil as well.
Brian, friggin' relax, dude. Good, Adam.
I think there was only me, Nathan, Neil, and I think Eli was in Discord at that point.
Oh, Brian wasn't there. That's why you got that out.
That was good. It was good because one of the guys, he'd been a surveyor for 6 years. And then when put with that question, he ran off.
I listened to that, Adam, and he actually said when he had to prove it, he said, well, he's not licensed, right? So what does that mean? That means absolutely nothing. You would spend about 4 years becoming a geodetic surveyor. Now, that is as much a surveyor as you can be. What's he doing for 6 years? He's not a surveyor. He's not anything. That's a guy called Duncan, isn't it? I remember a couple of weeks ago being on there and calling him out on something he said concerning a surveying, and he didn't know. So I asked him some questions that he didn't know how to answer him. And I said, you're not a surveyor. Do you remember, if you go back, do you remember that when we're back on the politics server a few weeks back? I told him, you're not a surveyor, I said, this guy's not a surveyor. You're not a surveyor. You're lying about that. Or you're misinformed. But he's still going around claiming he's a surveyor, this guy.
He was lying.
Yeah, he was.
Oh, we got him to admit it, didn't we? We got him to admit that, no, actually, all he's actually doing is dig holes for 6 years. Not actually a surveyor.
Yeah, but the thing is, he was showing up. He was showing up a few weeks ago to not be a surveyor, and now he's going around still saying he's a surveyor. What's going on with that? I mean, is he still going around today saying he is on Discord? Regardless of what happened on Friday.
He's
being a baller. Being a baller is a lot like staying in a Holiday Inn Express. If you're a baller, you can do anything.
I'd like to take the opportunity.
When you running this marathon,
I just wanted to say,
shut up. Cool. When you running this marathon, Nathan? Nathan.
If you're a member, you could watch it right now, like I am.
Shut up, Neil. Nathan!
You're back grinding beans?
He doesn't want to answer. Stonewalling me.
Faith was the best one. After we'd all let humble pie to Eli, admitting that there's no way a baller would be able to go away, read it, come back and admit he was wrong, and the baller did. That was funny.
That was classic.
Yeah, that was funny.
And he knows that guy told you.
Right, can I
I'm
make this
out there.
request?
Use or not.
Can I make this request? Can I? Thank you. Thank you. First of all, I'd just like to congratulate QE on the last week's presentation of the aeroplane not flying over a globe. It was a great presentation, although I couldn't stay to the end because Brian was a bit late there and it lost me time. There you go, Brian. Your actions do affect other people sometimes. I wasn't able to stay, but great presentation anyway. Now, my request is, could you do a presentation on submarines not following a curved path in the ocean? Because the Globers seem to think that submarines and torpedoes actually follow a curved trajectory.
It's just
Could
radar.
you do one on that, Quantum Eraser?
Radar.
Yeah, because I've been arguing with these.
I'm not doing.
Oh,
no. No, I'm not.
I researched submarines.
Okay, it's just a request.
I could probably put together a small
if you can do a
presentation.
presentation on that one.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll have it for tomorrow, maybe. But
Can summarize it. Let me just summarize it in like 30 seconds. So if there's a sphere Earth beneath the sea, right, then there's going to be a physical geometric sphere edge to hide behind if you're a submarine. Very useful if you're in a combat scenario. Do they do this? No. What are they actually hiding behind? Well, they're hiding behind physical obstructions that actually exist that give them something called an acoustic shadow, which is to say that the radar bounces off the terrain that's physically obscuring the submarine and they don't get a return. The enemy sub doesn't get a return with their radar, right? Well, if Earth curve was a useful hill to block radar, they'd be using it and they don't. There you go. There's a summary of the argument.
So they're using the incident angle of radar with respect to what?
With respect to a flat plane, that was what I came in with initially. Yeah, radar's a flat Earth proof, straight up flat Earth proof.
Brian, Brian, with your research, just watched The Hunt for Red October. Now, Nathan, when are you putting out the marathon?
Nonsense.
That some bitch ain't answering me.
He's never going to answer you, is he?
No. I don't want to answer this one question.
I hope he doesn't answer him.
He's not going to now.
It's like a baller that don't want to answer that one question.
Well,
if you take Sonar, sorry, John, come on.
I was just going to say QE's got him because QE's going to keep killing the conversation until he gets an answer.
I answered.
Nah,
I answered.
What? Did you? What was it?
I did it in a baller way. I answered in the middle of someone else talking.
It's a good one.
Well, I don't see why you should have to do it again. Fair enough.
Shut up, Adam.
You just don't understand. It's coming out tonight.
Tonight? Okay. How long is it?
9 hours. Nearly 10. 9 hours, 45 minutes.
You guys were feeling your oats, boy. I was still feeling it. After I left, I went shooting, man. It was just a colossal, you just train wrecked the whole server. One after another.
After the recording finished, I stopped recording and then hung around as I do sometimes for you guys, and you be shooting the breeze and chatting about the show and reflecting on it, and I'll be uploading the show we've just recorded. But like I say, I did that and hung around in the Discord server. But I just ended up swearing at some guy who was just being a baller, you know. But when I'm not recording, I'm like, I don't have any restraint anymore.
Was that last one not recorded?
No, well, no.
That's a
When you
shame.
say the
There was a
last
lot of
one,
C-word.
what? Yeah, a lot of the C word. Yeah.
But it was, you see, I was pondering on that, and it was the most appropriate way of dealing with him. It was quite funny because that's what he descended into, that very bad behaviour. And that's what he just kept calling. Strong language, but I don't think wholly inappropriate. If you can tolerate the word, it's just such a provocative word.
Well, I didn't realise this, right? But from what I understand, and you said something that struck a chord that made me look into it, right? In other languages or in other cultures, that word is far more offensive than it is in the UK. Now, I'll give you an example of this, right? I can't remember the name of the comedian. You'll probably know the name of him. He's was when I was watching him, quite young Scottish guy. Anyway, he does a joke that's like a gender joke. And the way he's talking is, he sets the scenario that he's talking to a cabbie and he's talking about Sam Smith. And and the cabbie says to him, "Did you see what that see you next Tuesday was wearing?" And the joke is, he says, "Oh, nice that you didn't, stereotype him by gender, because see you next Tuesday is a gender neutral term." Yeah. But well, exactly. But in England, especially in Scotland, right, calling someone a "see you next Tuesday" is every second word. I remember dealers that would call it me. Like they were my friends. I'd go out for curries with them. I'd stayed in one of their houses. You know what I mean? But that was the language they would use with me, and I would use with them. Or much to their amusement, when I would do it in an English accent, they would find that quite amusing. You know what I mean? When I'd call it them back. But we overuse it in the UK. Would you not agree, Adam? I don't know about Ireland. Maybe Brian can speak to that.
Down south they do, but it's C-A-N-T. It's the way they pronounce it.
Yeah, it is.
And it's very widely used then. I don't know. What's your dealing with that word in Ireland, Brian? Because you have all sorts of excuses for using swear words.
Yeah, it's used appropriately. That's the best way to describe it. It's used not as much as in England, but when we say it doesn't sound as harsh. And it depends on what way it's used. Like, you don't have a stupid "see you next Tuesday." We have a stupid "see you next Tuesday." Or if you say it, it comes out more harsh than when we say it.
So I'm told.
On how you say it. But it's not used as often.
It's never used. I don't know. The only time I would consider it vulgar would be to use it in its anatomical term.
Which is how it was used till about the 1800s in the UK, and it was used in road naming. So you've got... Let's just say this without chuckling. Shall I just say the word of the road? Let me just think about this for a second. No, I don't want to get demonetized, so I'm just going to try and do it as it was. Right. So you've got grope. Now, I'm sure you all know what grope means. And then "see you next Tuesday." That would be the name of the road. So grope, "see you next Tuesday" road. Right? Which in the 1800s would have been shortened to just Grope Road, or more commonly, so it wasn't associated with why it was called that, Grove Road. So if you're in a town that's got a Grove Road, there's a good chance that Grove Road has been changed from Grope Road, which was formerly Grope "see you next Tuesday" road. Now, what would be on Grope "see you next Tuesday" road, would you think?
Red Light District.
Precisely. But that would be on the banner, on the road. That was the name in the map. Yeah? That was that. Yeah. So here, and Adam says it correctly, the moment you attach it to a piece of anatomy, which is what the word means, yeah, then it becomes incredibly vulgar. But that isn't what... When we give it a scale, I have found that in the UK. I don't know if you found that up north, but I would imagine it's pretty much the same as here, Adam, right? You can have, he's a bit of a... he's a massive... He's an enormous... you know what I mean? It goes on a scale, whereas where Brian seemed to draw a distinction was it would be a stupid "see you next Tuesday." What a stupid... In other words, it's got a connotation.
A lovely one as well, aren't you? Oh, he's a right lovely "see you next Tuesday."
No, it can only be like he's a stupid or he's he is or she is see you next Tuesday. We don't emphasize it much different than that.
That is super interesting. What was his claim?
Sorry, whose claim?
The see you next
the
Tuesday
guy that was
guy?
exhibiting the see you-ish behaviour, because that's what it was about, wasn't it? It was.
Oh, it was Ed Bear. Just picture Ed Bear from this morning in the pre-show. He did that.
So he didn't have a point.
He didn't have a
was
point.
just
No.
trying
He presented as though he had a point, which was occasionally dropped into the discussion. But the point was to get me annoyed, right? Now, in today's pre-show, I can remain calm and I'm reasonably well rested. I've just been to a butterfly farm. I'm pretty relaxed. So I can stay calm and just tell him to get lost eventually, as he constantly uses the fundy mute button on me. Whereas after about a 9/10 hour live stream, while I'm into the 11th hour of it, but obviously I'm not recording, I'm just uploading, at that point you're like, you just want to tell people to shut up when they're being an idiot like that. And I would say he was see you next Tuesday-ing through the top of me. That's how I would phrase it. That's how I was actually addressing him. Stop see you next Tuesday-ing through the top of me. It's like after the fact, because my wife was hanging around wrapping presents at the time I was doing that. She was in the lounge with me. And, she didn't bat an eye because she could hear the context of what he was doing. So occasions she'd look over and roll her eyes. And after I'd finished uploading, she was like, were you recording that? And she got annoyed with me, Adam. I was quite surprised. I don't know if she can hear me. Oh, no, she's gone out with kids. She got annoyed with me. She's like, well, why weren't you recording? There's me pottering around being quiet and stuff. If I'm going to be like that, I want to know at least you're going to be recording and turning into money. I'm like, well, no, I'm glad it wasn't. I was, the level of swearing that I never got monetized. And she was like, pfft. As in, she was put out that I wasn't recording it. So I was like, oh, okay, fine.
Like I said, it was very interesting because you called it as it was. Yeah, like it was very pubby language, but there was you weren't angry you were just calling him as it was for what he was doing. It was good, honest, straight talking. That's why I said I'm a bit disappointed myself. Be good for people to listen to because actually, when being horrible to him, we were just pointing out his behaviour for what it was after a long day.
Well, good afternoon,
ladies and
gentlemen.
gentlemen. I have posted the original terminology and meaning of the word see you next Tuesday. Please look at it. It's very interesting read, very short, in the main text.
All right.
Good luck.
Okay, so basically, let me tell you what see you next Tuesday. I just had a discussion with a co-worker, female, and according in the United States, my own experience is that is like the lowest, most degrading thing because in the United States, women call each other female canines, fluently, like term of endearment. Yeah, you female canine. You better shut up, female canine, back and forth. But to call somebody see you next Tuesday, whether it be from one see you next Tuesday to another see you next Tuesday, or whether it be a male to a female to a male, whatever, that is like the lowest. And from what I've known, see you next Tuesday was supposed to meant like a more than promiscuous, purulent, foul, never to be touched, or have a child come out of female anatomy. So that's like the bottom of the barrel.
Oh, right.
Yes.
A very specific type of female anatomy. Oh, no, not here.
Yes.
It just means vagina here.
Yeah, no. It's like below. It's like dirty vagina here.
Okay, got that.
So
Adam.
The specifics of the anatomy are funny with that word. It's an all-encompassing. So you would have certain parts that you could name, but actually the CUNT is all-encompassing of vagina, womb, clitoris, labia. It's the whole thing.
I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, but I posted. Hang on, guys.
Hang on.
The original. Hang on.
Yeah,
I posted the original.
Just gin.
Yeah. Thank you. I posted the original meaning of the word in 1844. Someone's deleted it. I posted it. We're not allowed to post those sort of stuff in there.
Perhaps not. It could be automatic. So
Righteous Force probably deleted it.
Not righteous, an algorithm employed by one of the mods to stop people using that type of language, which is fine.
Yeah, it was okay. It was the meaning of the word. Though. It wasn't abusive. It was the meaning of the word. See you next Tuesday was actually a loyal friend. Is the actual original meaning. Okay, and you were meant to be. You're meant to actually be.
Just stop a second,
Look at
Jin.
that as a virtue.
Sure.
You support your friend.
Okay,
yeah.
right. If you're going to use that, though, that would be an etymological fallacy. So, yes, it may have had that meaning at some point, and I'm not going to even dispute that. It might or might not be the case. But what I'm saying is, currently, yeah, the actual definition, we sometimes will go into that etymological discussion about a word if it's linked to the current meaning. But if you've got a meaning for a word that might have been pronounced completely differently, we don't know in this instance. I would hope so. If you mean friend with it, it may have had that meaning. But, you know, right up until, at least in English history, all the way through the 16th, 17th, 18th century, it really did mean a specific thing, what Adam said.
Okay, so according to Jen, it was second to man's best friend being a dog.
Could be.
Okay.
Well, we've got the semantic range of that word out of the way.
Some words have a really extensive semantic range, though. It is interesting. So, like, if the semantic range was taken to be true in terms of strong friend versus the other meaning, right, that is about as wider reaching, because you used bitch, right? That was the word you're meaning, right? Which I would say was a considerably less wide semantic range. But if you take black men giving themselves a term of endearment, the semantic range of that can range from the most racist term that a white man can use against a black man to the height of indifference and endearment when two men just happen to see each other on the street. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's got such a massive semantic range. And it's also quite good for comedy, because if you use it in the correct semantic range, but racially out of context, it becomes humorous. If I call you my nigger, that'll get a laugh, because it's in the correct context, as in I'm not using it as a racial slant against you as the white man oppressing you. Yeah, it's contextually correct, but it seems odd because I am actually white. Although if I was called on it, I would claim I was black. Again, extra layer of humour.
It sounds comedic coming from you.
Exactly.
Who you are.
But what I'm saying is, all I'm doing by that is just saying it adds to the semantic range of that word, unlike bitch, which is quite limited in its semantic range.
Right. Hey, I'm up here saying female canine to be appropriate because you're recording. You're up there saying the words. I could have said that instead of saying, I guess CUNC, see you next Tuesday or Thursday, must be a real algorithm striker against you, huh?
Well, sometimes when we're saying about a particular word, there are people, no offense if you're that guy in the audience, that doesn't actually understand what word we're talking about until you actually say the word. Now, with see you next Tuesday, I hope no one actually uses the word because I'll just immediately get demonetized for this video. However, for other words, I don't care. The whole soft A thing to me is stupid. When people say, oh, well, he said it with a soft A. That's the same word. You know, are you going to call me on not having a soft enough A because I've got an English accent? It's like, context is everything, isn't it? And the meaning of the word is everything, is it not? But sometimes it isn't. Depends on how you say it. And you're like, yeah, okay, I get that. Sometimes the intonation can be...
It's getting awkward.
What, sorry? Drifting off
getting
topic.
Uncomfortable.
Drifting off topic a little bit. Not exactly flat earthy.
Your attempts to defend it has made it really awkward, Nathan.
Defend what?
No, none.
Yeah, well done, John.
I'm just trying to make it more awkward. Somebody said it was awkward, so I thought I'd make it more awkward.
Oh, I see. John's laying on the extra awkwardness just in case that was true.
Who was the one that just shouted it out? Was that you?
It was the racist Neil.
Okay.
Yeah.
Someone should stand up. Someone should stand up.
Yeah, I got a problem with that because you put that ER behind
it. And say,
here we go. He literally.
I did it deliberately.
Here we go.
Like a cracker.
Are we not literally going to have an in-context soft arb argument in our midst if we're not careful? Because that literally is what you just did there.
I mean, who's
Nathan was Nathan.
Who's the fault really on though? Like the person.
Who was
when
that?
Nathan used the
I use it as
example,
an ignorant person.
when
It could be a woman. If somebody cut me off, I say, "You stupid," and it could be an Asian person in there. But because what he did was stupid and ignorant, I called him up.
Okay, that's
and you got what I am.
Gotcha. That's like the Chris Rock explanation for what he means when he puts a certain intonation on that word.
Right. Opposed, opposite from what you were saying. What up, my? That's the GA part.
Right, which contextually is also used by black people. But this is it. We're getting into this particular word, which is controversial and has a massive semantic range. It's interesting. I like words.
Well, that's what I was talking about, the bitch word. How women amongst one another, yeah, bitch, you know that bitch. But if a guy is even heard speaking about and is overheard eavesdropping by females, and the guy was like, I know, and this bitch, they get offended. So it's so much. That's why I talk about the hypocrisy in it. It's like we can use it, but you can't use it, type of thing. You know?
Right. Anyway, back to flat Earth. Fun though it is. Fortunately, we're in our own server.
Hold on. Let's not forget about QE. He uses a word that you crack up too. You know what I'm saying? Oh, no pun intended. Crack up too.
Yeah.
He calls people that. You know what I'm saying? And he knows what he means. We know what he means.
I didn't. I only found out what that means recently. Right, when anybody used to say that word, here a cracker just means something you put cheese on. And for some reason, that was what went through my mind until someone said, no, it actually means someone cracking a whip. I'm like, oh.
Whip, yeah.
Right, whip
United States,
cracker.
yeah, United States.
I didn't know that till recently.
What was the
and all
problem when
that
I was a
happened
kid on Friday nights? I was talking to him.
Oh, Neil's got his Italian aggression on.
It's
Go ahead,
probably
Neil,
one
go
of
ahead.
those belligerent.
Go on, no
So
tanks.
keep talking to me.
Right,
Go ahead.
Oh, okay. No tanks then, Neil.
Sorry, yeah, and that all happened on a flat Earth. It all happened on a flat Earth.
Useless.
That's what you got to
Jin,
remember.
if you're going to introduce a segue, it's got to be good, mate. Segway standards are quite high here.
I got a good segue. On Friday nights when I was a kid, we used to order chinks. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, we still call it that. A chinky is a Chinese takeaway. Adam, what would you
I
call
don't know. I would never say that. I'd never say that. Can I say this though?
Well, let me see if Adam would. Adam, would you call a Chinese takeaway a chinky?
We
I
call
would
it
have
chink.
done.
Hold up now.
Right, so Neil, breathe. So
I have to admit, when we were younger,
you
and we used
talk
to
then.
Go on, D-Rose.
we used to describe. You want me to hold on?
Well, I'll ask
no,
Adam.
he's going to go anyway.
You might as well at this stage is the point. Go ahead, D.
Oh no, I was going to say real quick. Speaking of the word chinky, I have to correct myself. I redact me saying never saying that. As a young man and a young boy, we should describe girls with pretty almond eyes or nice small, creasy eyes. Say, oh man, she's beautiful. She got this and got these chinky eyes. That was the description that we used back in the day, growing up, to describe a girl with pretty shaped eyelids and eyelashes.
Almonds.
Or whatever.
Almond eyes. Yeah, you mean almond shaped.
eyes.
Yeah.
But we didn't know about almond eyes. We just said chinky eyes.
Okay. Anyway, Adam.
So
I think that's the definition of this like a chink in your armor, like a small little sliver, like a tiny little crack. I think that might be the where it's derived from.
Yeah, chink in your armor is, I don't think, why we call Chinese people chinks. That's a racist slur. We're saying
Isn't
that
it
in without any racist intent in England, I'm nearly there. We call a Chinese restaurant a chinky, and you're not calling it because you're being racially slurring towards someone who is Chinese. It's just what we call it here. I don't know if Adam's about to agree with me or disagree. We'll see.
if given the chance, I'll agree. There's a distinct. You wouldn't call a person that would be it, but going for a cheeky chinky is would have been perfect. Like, so I don't know if I'd use it so much anymore because people are so freaking woke, aren't they? And they would try and pretend that I've been racist, even though that term isn't racist. It's just an abbreviation of a type of food, nothing to do with people's eyes. That's when it becomes could be interpreted. But even then, intent is everything. If you're just describing an oriental eye shape in a very positive manner, it's hard. See, it's just woke people want to turn that into racism when in actual fact, it's just common language.
I would
agree with
say
that.
no. I would say it's up to the people who it's being referenced to. If they decide they don't like that term, then
There you go.
then it's racist. You know.
No, it's intent. Adam's right. It's just down to intent.
I'm not saying the intent is to do that. I'm not arguing with the intent. I'm talking about the people. If a person who's Chinese or Asian in any way says, I don't like that term, but, right, then that is offensive to me. That's racist to me.
No, it's not. No, it can be offensive. It can be offensive. An offence is taken. It's never given. You take offence at it. You take all you want. You can't, just because you've taken offence, then give intention that the other person had behind the meanings that you've taken offence to. No, that's your problem. You do. I will fight for your right to be offended.
Adam, are you serious, Adam? So you're trying to say by saying things or doing things which offend others, you're not the offender?
No,
of course not.
No. If somebody expressed that to me, I'd be horrified. Sorry, Adam. Go ahead. Sorry, he asked you.
If I say something, all right, and there's no animosity in it, and you take offence at it, it's your issue. And you've got every right to be offended, right? And I've got every right to say it.
Well, everybody has the right to do whatever. You got the right to slap somebody in the back of the head.
No,
I haven't got the right to slap you in the back of the head. No, I haven't got that right at all. That right is not a right. I have got the right of freedom to speak. Now, what I can say can be stupid. That's a different thing. But what I can also say can be completely A-okay, and you can take offence at it. And that's your right to take offence. It's no indictment to me that you've taken offence per se. And therefore, by the fact that you just make a statement, I'm offended by that, I'm happy for you. Well done. Now, unless you're going to justify and prove that there is some offence there from me, not just how you've received it, unless you're going to do that, happy for you. Be offended. Carry on with your day.
But what if it's more than one person? What if there's a group of people that eavesdropped and heard you say a certain word? Then, because in freedom of speech is a limitation. If it stirs up any type of disturbances or it motivates violence or retaliatory actions by those.
Okay, there you go. D.
You feel me?
So I'm talking, right?
Yeah, that's on the group.
Right? Me and you are talking, and I say, I've known you so long now, D. I could call you my nigger, right? I know you wouldn't be offended. And somebody hears that, and they take offence because
I take offence as a black man. I take offence right here, right now.
I'll give you a real example. I'm on a stag do in Port Banús, and me and Otis, the guy that's on Nathan's slide reels, you'll see the black guy on the gadget show. I went to uni with him, and we're on a stag do, and it's stupid o'clock in the morning. We're sat at the bar, and it's funny because he's changed his tune now, but we'd be about 21, 22. And we're discussing whether the N-word is appropriate. And I'm saying, no, it's not. And he is a young black man. He's saying, yeah, it is. I wouldn't mind if you called it me. I said, I wouldn't call it you. Yeah. Now, there's some other guy, another black guy down the bars heard me say it. He's taken offence. And Otis has had to say, no. He's saying you shouldn't use it. And then, but he's took offence. He's took offence because he's not understood my meaning. Not my problem, because you just instantly take offence.
Got you.
But I was trying to get it in earlier. I would be if there's a part of my language that does offend somebody, and they take the trouble of explaining it to me. I see. Maybe it's sales training. I tend to be a bit more grateful that they've gone out of their way to explain that to me. Now, I'm going to draw a distinguishment between the people who militarize, or whatever the word is, weaponize, that's the word, this woke crap because they feel bad about themselves and want to feel special. I'm not talking about them, and we all know who I'm talking about, right? I'm just talking about somebody that, in that circumstance that you got, right? Let's say in that bar scenario, I didn't know you know Otis, but that's cool. Very cool. Adam knew someone who's famous. Anyway, you're having that conversation with Otis, the word nigger comes up, and someone overhears it, doesn't know the context, right? And it ends up that you're in a setting where you happen to be at a meal with them. For whatever reason, after the fact, that person who was offended ends up in the group opposite you at a table. And they say, I really don't like it when you use that language. And at that point, if I was in that setting, I'd be mortified. I'd be like, I had absolutely no desire to offend you when I use that word. And the fact that I have, I don't like that. I don't want you to be offended by things I say. So I am sorry that you are offended. Now, when you hear it phrased like that, you can see that there's a sincerity to what I'm saying, because the way I phrased it was intentionally the corporate way of saying it. I'm sorry you are offended. Yeah?
Right.
Not I'm sorry I've offended you. That's different, because I can't help that. Yeah? What I can control is my intent with my words, which is what I'm just going to reiterate what Adam's just said, and maybe I should just hand it back to him because it was his point. It is all about intent.
I've got a question for you, D. D-Rose.
Well, I'm gonna have to go to lunch. I'm gonna have to go. I'm on lunch right now. I'm going to have to go.
Let me answer this question then.
I will.
Quick.
I will.
10 seconds.
Right. So I'm in a room.
Back here right now.
And most of the people are black, D, and the N-word is bandied around between them. Am I allowed to be offended?
Yes. Yes, you are allowed to be offended.
And everybody should go, oh, we shouldn't use that word because he's offended.
You didn't catch him out, Adam. You didn't catch him out. He said yes.
Brilliant. Yeah. So you're saying that, right? That's fine.
If it makes them I have friends who are of the Albion Pale persuasion, European, who say, please don't say that word around me. It's inappropriate. It makes me feel uncomfortable. And I respect that. It's called civility. It's called civility. And typically, I would think you, Neil, being someone who claims to be Christian, would understand civility. It's about respecting others' eardrums. If you're around children,
D-Rose has got to go. Just let him get to the end. He said he's got to go. Let him get to the end. Neil, just let D-Rose get to the end. Neil! D-Rose has got to go. Just let him get to the end of his statement, please.
Let me finish what I'm saying. It's like if you're in a setting, whether it be a restaurant, and there are elderly people or parents with children, there's certain ways you must maintain your language and your mannerism.
Right.
As far as when you're having a discussion.
Right.
Yeah, women and children.
I don't. D, thank you. I know you've got to get off. Thank you very much.
All right. We'll talk. All right. I'll see you bitches later.
See you later.
You better be listening to me right now.
I'll see all you bitches later.
He's not going to, Neil.
Do you think the football team should be the Washington Redskins or the freaking Washington Commanders?
He's gone, Neil. He's gone. Neil.
Okay.
Neil.
You can hear me.
The moment's passed. He's gone.
I just want to finish on that. On that, he made the distinction that I wanted. Yeah. Right. Civility. That's the request there. You're responding to a request to be more civil. You're not doing it because I'm offended, because the actual response is why should you be offended? I'm not talking to you. Yeah. We can make all sorts of piss weak excuses for people being offended. Sorry, you've got the right to be offended. Go and be offended. Yeah, but don't expect people to modify behavior if the only indictment is that you are offended.
Yeah, I'll fight all day long for your right to be offended as well.
Exactly. I will.
That wasn't a joke, actually, Brian. That's sincere.
I know it's life for Brian. I know.
Was it from? I wasn't even trying to be quoting. But I said that with the utmost sincerity, right? Because it's akin to, it's parallel. It's the flip side of the coin when you talk about freedom of speech.
Well, it used to be.
It's the flip side of the coin when you're talking about getting the proper medicine and who's responsible for your health, etc. It's the same line. Who's responsible for how he feels? Are you responsible for how he feels, or is he responsible? It's just a responsibility that now you need to, somebody needs to change their life to accommodate what that person believes is truly good or truly bad according to whatever moral standards they interject on the world.
I agreed with you right up to you said they. No, we qualified it earlier. That's a societal standard that we lay down. When we talk about being civilized, that's a societal standard. So when you say they, that is potentially where a lot of the propaganda currently in our mainstream, perhaps, I don't know, I don't watch a great deal of it, but certainly on the social media information network, it's being punted out to divide us. Certainly the same with the race issue. A lot of what could be perceived as anti-race what's the word? Campaigning. In other words, what on the surface level seems like, and literally says on the cover of it, this is for the purposes of anti-racism, are actually stirring up racism. It's bizarre how it's done with propaganda.
Well,
Yeah, of course.
May I point out how? It used to be the standard that I may not like what you say, I may detest what you say, but I will fight for your right to say it.
Yep.
That was the way of thinking in a predominantly Christian culture. And it was a way to introduce multiculturalism to that culture. Now that they have a foothold, they're looking to limit the amount or limit what you can and can't say.
Yeah, it's a slippery slope to complete.
Yeah, like, when I say they, it's just whatever the subject pertains to, whether it be health, whether it be gender, etc. Whatever it is, whatever side.
You're breaking up. No, Tanks, can you drop and rejoin? Because you're roboting.
It's their responsibility, whoever they are.
You're roboting really badly.
Come back in.
You can drop and rejoin. But I got the general gist of what you're saying. And again, I would just reiterate what I said earlier, which is, as much as there are certain things that are dictated to us and go through Parliament or bills for you, well, yeah, that is obvious, and yeah, we have to abide by those things. But don't underestimate the power of a society in terms of what they will accept as a standard. And we dictate that. It's not a they, but they'll make you, the propaganda will make you believe that an individual group, sometimes tiny and very uninfluential, will be dictating the way that they change policies. Well, that stirs up hatred between groups, and that's a very good distraction technique. But it doesn't mean that it's true that they are going to influence how society will behave in terms of speech and various other things. No, society will lay down that standard. What is civilized is it just is what it is. What is civilized, yeah, and what a society will accept as being civilized is just that. It's what the society accepts.
It's such a slippery slope.
Absolutely.
Why would you be offended? Hold on, would you be?
Nathan.
Hold on, Neil first. I heard Neil. I mean, John.
Would you be offended if someone said, "I'm going to have some limey food tonight, some, fish and chips"?
Well, that's an interesting one. So here we call a chip shop a chippy, and they're mostly run by Greeks.
Yeah, I was going to say it's Greek food.
I'm going to say kebabs, Greek, much. That's what we get in chip shops. Kebabs, chips, fish and chips. The fish and chips is British because we're on an island and there's lots of fish around us, right? Fine. And it is traditionally considered the most British food. Is it made by Brits? No, predominantly made by Greeks. But do we somehow have a racism where we call it a chippy because it's short for chip shop? Like Chinky is short for Chinese shop, because that's what it's called, Chinese, across the top of in great big lights. Most of the time not actually Chinese, but they know that the Brits call it Chinese food when most of them are Cantonese or whatever. They're not actually necessarily what's above the door. It's just the stereotype us Brits have for that type of food and what we call it. There's absolutely zero racism whatsoever in that terminology.
If you use it here, there is.
In Ireland, maybe.
Never ever use.
Maybe in Ireland.
Ever use that kind of term. No.
Maybe, and that's why we asked, because it's obviously you're on a different island.
That's the famous sketch, isn't it? When he does the Chinese impression, Father Ted, and he goes, "Oh, I hear you're a racist now, Father."
Yeah, because the thing about it is that for a long time, the only other real race of people that were here, different race of people, were Chinese people. They've been here for God knows how long, well before I was born. So, and I was born in the late 70s. Yeah, so they go everywhere. The Chinese go to every part of the world. So it's like it was really sarcastic that he used the Chinese people, because it was like it just made total sense, because it didn't make any sense, if you understand what I mean.
Yeah.
Well, something as well from that big long show the other day. I was listening to it, right? I may as well pull up some parts. Listening to it, and do you remember that guy who was saying that he had just had a globe face or whatever, and he thought that by just saying globe stuff was enough to prove his point. Remember that guy towards the end? It was kind of, well, I don't know if it was at the very end, but it was the last hour of him, right? And
Yes.
the real problem with that guy was, like, I obviously couldn't say that because I was only listening afterwards. The real problem with him is he thought that we as flat earthers wouldn't know what we're talking about. He pre-assumed that we can't know what we're talking about because we're flat earthers. And this is a common thing with the borders. They pre-assume that we wouldn't know what we're talking about. That they wouldn't know what they're talking about because they pre-assume we're wrong immediately.
There's a very high likelihood that by stereotype they'd be right.
Not even by stereotype, really, Nathan. I don't think that's fair either.
Yeah.
I don't think that's
Okay,
fair.
just picture this. Just go with me for a minute. You're watching a video from the Flat Earth Convention, and what you're watching is a random Joe that's been picked out of the crowds to be asked about their flat earthism, as the guy earlier termed it. Okay, are you telling me that that person is going to meet a standard that you would be happy with? Just that random Joe, anybody at random?
Not that I'd be happy with, but
there you go.
But the point is, my standards are very, very high. Whereas I'm talking about your average ball believer, just like this guy the other day, will pre-assume that the flat earther can't know anything of what they're talking about and can't have the facts. Whereas that's not true. Even for the random Joe in the audience of the convention, he will have some information. He'll have something. He may not tie it all together correctly in the way I would like, but he will have some information that adheres to reality. Do you know what I mean? There's this pre-assumption that we wouldn't know and we don't know. This is what I'm saying. There's a pre-assumption that, from that guy from listening the other day, it seemed to me that he was pre-assuming that there's no way that what he's saying could be challenged, because how could we know what we're talking about?
Yeah, Einstein and science. He says Einstein's science. How could they possibly, as flat earthers, know that it isn't, let alone understand what Einstein's talking about, let alone undermine the fact that it is most definitely science, as I claim, without even reading it? Yeah, I get it. But what I'm saying is 99 times out of 100, if it had been in that server and it wasn't that day where we were there and had happened to have hung around for 9 hours, then what would he have got? Do you think he'd have got what he got? Pointing out that he's a fraud and he hasn't actually read the paper? I don't think that would have happened. It had just been faced with a fair chunk of people in the politics server that didn't necessarily know their arse from their elbow when it came to debating flat Earth. Maybe be told that God was being hidden. Who knows?
Yeah, he would have got away with it.
Yeah, but what I would say is that he's pre-assuming that everyone's a flat Earth believer, and he's also pre-assuming that these believers are just conspiracy theorists who don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, you got that wrong. Perfect, much better segue. So what you're saying is you're a bit of a surprise. Back to the devil's advocate example, when Al Pacino's explaining to Keanu Reeves, in character, that people won't see you coming. Yeah, they won't, because by every person's estimation, flat earthers are weirdo, weirdy hippies that don't really know much and believe we've got an ice wall, like the guy just summarised in that video. That's what the average general stereotype of a flat earther is. So you come along, Brian, and they run immediately away from you because they don't want to deal with anything other than the stereotype. It happened this morning. The moment you started talking, all right, Nathan's here. Well, what that means is what the panel, because it's my light flashing while you're talking. Oh, well, I'm off. Someone who can challenge this coherently and concisely and undermine it within 30 seconds of hearing what they've said.
Yeah, that's the problem. You see, we are completely. We're completely. So, what's the word I'm looking for? Blindsiding them because they're not expecting us to actually know what we're talking about. So it is a pre-assumption on that guy's part that he really, from what I heard, he really didn't think you were going to know what he was talking about.
No.
Before I found this group, I spent 3 years around a bunch of flat earthers that didn't know. what the hell they were talking about.
Yeah.
Yep.
And so you weren't getting any further away from your board belief while you were dealing with them. Wonderful. And that's what everyone else who's seeking people who aren't us, and that is the majority of flat earthers, get. And that's good for them. It alleviates their pain.
My experience for the last 9 years, that people have underestimated the knowledge that I carry, blindside them, if you will, yeah. But I love it. I use all that to my advantage.
Yeah, the hand at Mona Lisa's skirt.
Hey, Jin, can you explain that little assignment you did with your class the other day, or whatever day it was? Would you have the kids draw a picture of the shoreline or something? Can you go over that?
Yes,
you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, thanks, Neil. Yeah, I can do that very quickly. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah. I was invited to teach at junior high school, and elementary school here in Japan to teach English, which I still do. And I got them. I wanted to introduce them to Flat Earth, so I got them to, out of the curriculum, of course. So I've got them to do this: draw a picture of the seaside. And you got the yachts and the people swimming in there, people sunbathing, seagulls in the sky, the sun, everything like that, the beach scene. And I drew my one on the board as a curved horizon, yeah? I didn't say anything about, they just had to draw the picture. I did a curved horizon and I drew the beach with that. Everybody in the class was laughing, even the teacher. And then I asked them why were they laughing, and they said that I was wrong because the horizon is not curved. And then I pointed to the teacher's desk, the globe on the teacher's desk. And I said, but are we not living on a globe? And it just went dead quiet. And you could see them just thinking, teacher thinking. Yeah.
Did you get sacked?
And then I proceeded to wipe my one out and said, yes, you're absolutely right. I am wrong. So everybody knows that the horizon is dead level. They don't draw curved horizons. Yeah, man.
But could you get in trouble for that? I mean, you are kind of pushing, I know it's true, but it's not exactly the curriculum, is it?
Yeah, no.
As long as he's not introducing a model to them.
I got them to draw a picture of the seaside scene. Got them to draw a seaside scene to win a pen from, to win several pens from Hawaii.
Stop a second, Jin. I got all that. Could you get in trouble, is my question.
No, didn't get into trouble at all, no.
No, not did you. Could you?
No, I didn't get into trouble.
You're still answering a different question. That's okay. I'm saying.
May I ask you, can you get into trouble for
what do you mean?
An axiom?
Go ahead, John.
How are you going to get in trouble teaching something that's an axiomatic?
I think the way he did it was not to invoke anything. He incorrectly drew something as far as the students were concerned. Yeah, but he didn't. He didn't go, oh, by the way, the horizon is this. Blah 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 blah. He drew it, and then when they said he was wrong, he said, "Look, that's what I was drawing. That look."
Yeah, if anything, Jin was on curriculum, right? Jin was on the money.
If anything, yeah, he's being a baller. If anything, and he's being corrected.
Right, but the thing is, he didn't introduce a model to them and try to teach it as fact, right? He didn't introduce an idea that he couldn't substantiate. This was axiomatic. Just how the horizon is horizontal. You can't get in trouble for that.
Yeah, but he didn't. He introduced how the horizon isn't, which is why the students laughed. And he said, we're on a ball. So he's not gone axiomatic because he's played stupid in a way, haven't you, to raise a point? Very clever, I think.
Yeah.
But he can't get in trouble for that because that was his intention, is what I mean. He was like, if he had been telling everyone that horizontal is curved, he could probably got in trouble for that.
Yeah, but I did have my Flat Earth T-shirt on at the time, though. Which I always wore. Never wore a suit. Never wore a suit. Yeah, never wore a suit.
Okay.
But it smells a bit.
You can see why I asked. It's an interesting talking point, right?
That was to you, Jin.
Appreciate that, Neil. Nice one, man. Thanks.
Now, if he'd have pointed at his shirt and said, "This is how the Earth is," he could have got in trouble for that.
Why?
Because the curriculum doesn't say that, does it?
No, prove it. And then if you can't prove it, show the curriculum and where it says that.
The curriculum would refer to World War II and specific events in a certain way. If you were to deny some of them, specific events in a history curriculum, you would be reprimandable. The same would apply in any part of the curriculum to me. If you're going to teach something that opposes the curriculum, that's where you've got an issue in terms of education. You're not there to learn like how to be a critical thinker. You're there to learn certain specific facts and regurgitate them. Somebody presents opposite to that, that's contrary to the purpose of you being there. And there's probably a bit more critical thought in Japanese education system, but in the UK, that's where you would have the issue.
Well,
so for
yeah,
example, if I was disparaging certain medical treatments in my profession, it would be against the curriculum. You know what I mean? I can give certain responses that are correct and true and would be challenging to people. But if I start going out there making claims against the curriculum, that's when I would be reprimanded, wouldn't it?
Right, unless you can show that it's a fact.
No. Even if I can show it's a fact, both in the education system and in my analogy, no. Oh, he's gone. Doesn't matter.
Really?
Oh, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether you can show it a fact, is it? That's not the issue. It's not what you're there for, to learn facts per se, is it, in the education system? You're there to learn what has been decided you should learn and be able to recite.
That was the basis of my question.
Right. You asked, could you get in trouble for doing what you did? And I don't think Jen ever answered that.
I think if you had a bit of a very good teacher,
I'm not aware. I'm not aware if you could or not. Yeah, I suppose you could. I suppose you could have, but I didn't really consider that. That wasn't something that I considered because the truth must be taught. That's how I see it. I mean, I had the authority to change the curriculum to suit anyway because I felt that the curriculum they established for foreign English teachers in Japan was too ambitious for children who don't speak English at all. So I had to water down that curriculum actually, and I told them that I was doing that. So much so that the education board members came and stood in my class to see the product that I was delivering, and I just carried on as normal. They were lined up there and just delivered it. Yeah.
But if you decided, watering down the curriculum is one thing. If you suddenly decided that actually you changed the curriculum and that instead of teaching the students that the English word for yes, you decided, no, we say we, yeah? And you start to teach them that to say the affirmative yes would be you say oui, in front, yeah? Then they'd have an issue because you've changed the curriculum. You're actually teaching something different. You're gonna have an issue with it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Right. And my experiment was, let me see what the children are going to draw. When I draw my curved horizon, let's see what happens. And I knew they were going to draw leveled horizon because everybody knows the horizon is level. Yeah. They don't see a curved horizon anywhere. And I proved that point. It was great. Yeah. Yeah, man.
I thought it was clever. I think that's clever because you didn't make a claim. You made a mistake. Oops. I drew it like it was on a ball. Sorry, because that's what So it's in everybody's court. You've just made people think. I think it's very good. Subtle way so you're not changing the curriculum.
Yeah, very clever.
No. Thank you. That's what we flat earthers do at the end of the day. Try every form of psychology to get the truth out. You catch one or two people, you've done your job. But the students knew what it was about anyway, because when they asked me about my T-shirt, I told them that the Earth is not. I told them that the Earth's not a globe. That's why I'm wearing the T-shirt. Told them that. They were asking, "What is this?" Nanny got it. They were saying, "What's this?" Yeah, man. So there was no avoiding it. You can't stop me.
By doing that first, and then them asking you questions, you got the upper hand because they drew what they know is reality.
Yeah, that's right. So they're being truthful and honest. Yeah.
Did people in Japan get as outraged about flat Earth as they do in like the United States and Europe? Like, did they start freaking out if you mention that?
Only those who are worried about curriculum. So, because at my English school where I teach, my private one, I did lose a few students over the flat Earth because obviously they've gone home telling mummy and daddy that today I learnt that the Earth isn't a globe, blah blah blah, and here's a map because they wanted one. So I gave them a laminated flat Earth map, and then they came in and said, well, this is going to be the last for this month. We won't be coming back. Okay, fine. So I lost about maybe 10% of my students left that way. But the rest, the parents were like overjoyed. They were like, thank you very much, thanking me and shaking my hand because they didn't know and now they know. Yeah.
Weird.
You know?
Because I feel like in the States you would have lost like a bigger.
I had no idea it was that open for you, Jin. Wow, this is really interesting.
Yeah, but you still get people.
To protect the teacher, isn't it?
The curriculum should protect the teacher, did you say?
That's the purpose of it, is a protection for the teacher. That's why you would create it, so that you can, that way, as long as they're teaching what's in the book, they can't get in trouble for it, or in the curriculum, not necessarily the book. But if they're teaching the curriculum, they can't get in trouble.
No, and when you operate a private English school, again, you're not beholden to any organization there. So that's your private school. You teach what you see. You set the curriculum, not following the government there. The government doesn't have the right to tell me what to teach.
Dr. John Dee was a bit like this, mate. I remember chatting with him, and he wouldn't teach in the classroom, but he was in a private school, and he'd often chat with the kids about it. Particularly his more brighter students. I remember him saying about he's like the best chemistry student he's ever had, and he'd chat to him about it. But I think in a more maybe in a state school you might have an issue. I think because you've got lots of people without real purpose and jobs flexing power. But I think in more institutions like that you might be a bit more free thinking, and academic thought might actually be encouraged. Even just to consider the topic, even if you're going to disagree with it, but to be able to consider it, kind of more free thinking you get in private education than a state school where the only thing that matters, and they're probably not even going to get through teaching you all of that, would be the curriculum.
Well, I can give you an example. I had a teacher in high school who tried to teach evolution and the Bible. He was a biology teacher, and he was teaching kids how he rationalized evolution with the Bible. Kid you not. But he got in trouble for that. Why?
That Bible bit, won't it? Denying evolution.
Teaching outside the curriculum.
Right. He introduced something outside the curriculum to a bunch of, right? He introduced his faith to the curriculum.
Yeah, he shouldn't do it. Sack him. Bang out, Lord.
It's just job, isn't it? This is your job description. This is what you will do. In this case, here's the curriculum. And when you go, now I've decided I'm not going to fit the doors to the Ford cars I'm paid to fit. I want to fit the windows. No, it doesn't work like that. You're not here to decide what bit you're going to do. you've got a purpose that you're supposed to fulfill, and it is this curriculum. The moment you work outside of that, that's why I asked. I'm like, can you get in trouble? Well, for you, it's no. You could potentially lose students, and you have.
Right, but there's this other
that would
side
be
to
that
it
would be
too.
privately, yes. That would be
And that's
privately.
fair,
I
isn't
always
it?
sat at the board meetings. Yeah,
That's what's quite
every month
heartening.
you have an
Chris.
end of the month meeting. Go on.
I'm saying that's quite heartening that if you say, from a private payment point of view, that only 10%. I think somebody else in Discord commented on it. That's actually really quite remarkable, isn't it? That only 10% thought that in some way could have a negative impact on their child, and a lot of them thought actually it's positive.
Yeah, that's what I was
Japanese are
thinking.
very
Only
open.
10%.
Yeah, you could find that there'd probably be a bigger loss rate for teaching World War II or something. There could be anything that would have a 10% loss rate in terms of churn in any environment, not just education but sales. You make any alteration, and you're going, well, 10% of the customers might hate it.
Imagine if you started teaching that. Good one for Japan. I was going to use the H word, but it's better in Japan. If we pretended that atomic bombs didn't exist, and you were denying the existence of them, I bet you would get more than 10%. It's all in that conspiracy field, and that's how a parent's going to view it. Irrespective, is hello, there's a bit of conspiracy here, isn't there? It sits in that genre, particularly when it's about your child's education. If you said something like
there is a lot of
Hiroshima
conspiracy
was
with
just
that,
a load
though.
of TNT, yeah, I would imagine a bigger attrition rate than that. I think that's really.
No, listen. I've actually taught that. I've actually taught that to the adult students because it has come up in the textbook that we use. Okay, and then I explained to them that it's not. That it wasn't an atomic bomb. Actually, it was actually a fluoride bomb, and I gave them the link to the video where they could learn the truth. And man, were they
Anyway,
thankful.
sorry. Before you go on to this,
let me just finish.
stop. This definitely gets a tick box if we go any further in this conversation.
Yeah, I can't talk about that anymore.
Can we go back
Yeah,
to the public
I was just going to
school
talk about
thing?
my brother coming to Japan. My brother coming to Japan, and the Japanese student said, your brother, he teaches us Japanese history perfectly, is what they said.
Cool.
And they shook his hand when they met him. Here you go.
Go on, John.
Well, the thing about the curriculum, right? If you're going to state something outside or point out a part of the curriculum that's wrong, you better be able to prove it. Or if you're going to make a statement outside of that curriculum, you better be able to prove it. That doesn't need protection. If it's a fact, you don't have to protect it because it's a fact.
Yeah, you don't have to defend self-evident truth. That's right. If it's self-evident truth, then what defense could you possibly need to offer?
Right. If I walked in there and said you can't get elevation angles because the surface of Earth is curving, therefore levels a curved line meeting a straight line. There's no such. So Eratosthenes completely can't measure an angle to the sun. They could fire me for that.
Which is madness.
How? But can't you prove it?
Well, no, because it's nonsense. It doesn't work. But
okay,
well,
how about this one, guys?
I think what John's trying to say is if you actually taught heliocentrism with an air of geometry rather than an air of religion, the way it's taught is in a religious manner. Yeah? Here's the world. Here's what's going on in the sky. Here's the model that represents it, right? This is your world. It's not saying, here's how we measure Earth, and we have to consider that the flatness isn't flat, it's actually curved, even though that completely ballses up the original measurements and any future and subsequent measurements and mapping. But if we consider it's curved when it's level, and level if we need to reference stuff from level, but curved if it's awkward because the ground is in reference to that level, then we'll call it curved. Do you understand all the double speak? Great, let's move forward. John's saying that would get you sacked because it's nonsense and makes no sense and can't be proven and all the rest of it. But that is because you're teaching heliocentrism from a geometric standpoint where it makes no sense. that could get you fired. Teaching it from a religious standpoint, as it's actually taught, perfectly acceptable. But no one's told it's a religious course, it's put in the science lesson.
I go back to Dr. John Dee. See, he would he'd teach the curriculum, and afterward he'd make some other statement. So after he'd done these globy bit, he'd say, "What's the definition of an angle?" Get to two straight lines. Students, can anybody find me a definition where we can have a section of a curve intersecting a straight line and that would be defined as an angle? Leave it at that. That's the kind of thing that you can do in the classroom. You can't go, oh, this is a load of waffle. You can't get a curve off us. Yeah. You just put it in an intelligent way. And that's what I kind of got the way he was getting a message over. It's about teaching. When you're in that state, you've got to be cognizant of what you're being paid for. So you're being taught to educate children. So do it. You don't need to preach anything religious. Imagine if that was a Muslim coming in and he starts giving his religious view. People are going to you'd have an issue with that. You've only got no issue because it's teaching what you believe true on supplementary. But teachers are paid for one job, and that's to educate the children. Now, they can get other things over in a guise of critical thinking. And that's the way I would do it in that way. Make people think. I've just taught you from the curriculum about attaining an angle from a curved surface. Just finish off. Can you get an angle from a curved surface?
No. Interesting you say that. Today, I was teaching about petroleum to one of my business students and the cost of petrol rising up and, things like that. It's a comprehension exercise. Read the text, answer the questions. So he finished that. And then I went on to ask him did he know about alternative fuels like bioethanol and biodiesel? I wrote them up on the board. Biodegradable he's learning about. And then he's learning about the Henry Ford hemp car that was the prototype that was made in 1941 and the Model T Fords that run on hemp fuel in the 1930s. So we've moved from petroleum to other alternative fuels, and he's walking out laughing and happy because he's learned something new that we've known for a long time. There you go.
My favourite hemp car is the one in the Cheech and Chong movie.
God, this is going to go down quickly, I can tell.
Oh yeah, that's a classic one. That one, yeah, I like that.
Well,
and the police officer, listen, the police officer goes up to the van, right? Gets buzzed up and then asks, "What do you want?"
I just thought of something really funny, man. Your mama.
This is my cue to round out.
No. I'm glad QE's here.
That's what he said when he walked up to the car. The cop walked up to the car, and he knocked on the window, and he said, "You keep a knocking, but you can't come in." And then he said, "I just thought it was something real funny, man." To the cop, your mama. Yeah. Get it?
Before Nathan.
Yeah, that was the subject he was saying he wanted to get away from, wasn't it?
Go on, Adam.
I've been doing. The reason it's popped in there is kind of unrelated, but it's about popularity of flat Earth. And Jim's 10% attrition rate that says a lot to me. I was doing loads of Bible reading this weekend, as you might have seen a little bit coming up with regards to Danny, but QE's got me into this. It always intrigues me when two people you respect disagree, and you and Betty have best arguments I ever hear on Revelation. And as I've always said, I've never been into it, but I'm just doing little bits of stuff, and it's kind of irrelevant what I've come across, but they're looking at post-millennial stuff. So there's this group of Christians, and they're quite popular on the internet. They're the equivalent kind of viewing figures to flat earthers. what they decried, because they believe that the millennial reign of Christ has already happened and we're in this little season. That's their setting. But the way in which they're being treated is really interesting in terms of the way they reference themselves, or more specifically, reference themselves to us. So they keep going on about, oh, it just reminds me like the way the church treated all the flat earthers when they first come out. These self-evident truths that are supported by scripture, they attack and they call us demons and they call us this, that, and I'm trying to find the clip because I've watched that many bits. So I can't remember which video it's in, but it's really interesting. The simple fact that it's biblical again in terms of with Danny Faulkner, the same level of attack, but these guys, they number one, flat Earth is self-evident to them. They mention it just in passing. It's a given fact to these guys, and they've moved on from it. But also the fact that they reference us and the way we're treated when this topic first came up, and how it's now equivalent to how they're being treated with this topic as well.
Yeah, but they're not backed by scripture. There hasn't been 1,000 years.
I don't want to get into their topic. That's why I tried to avoid that. It was the analogy that I'm drawing, and the simple fact that they are referencing the experiences of flat earthers, how the church treated flat earthers, how their church treated that topic when it first came up, how they were ridiculed and demonized, and how now they're discussing this topic. The same is happening to them as brothers in Christ. They use that phrase. It's quite nice. Yeah.
Yeah, that's my son's on that side of the fence.
To be honest, Neil, it's not something, like I said, I've never been that interested in Revelation per se yet. It'll be what it'll be. But these are some very interesting arguments.
Give me one.
That from a historical point of view, make a lot of historical sense. So if we were to look at history per se, some of the problems we have with history, some of the buildings we've got, it rolls into all these fields, but the way in which it would answer those, if you were to just accept it as true, it gives a very good, clean explanation as to a lot of the points of perversion of history, where we are in history right now. Let me finish, because you asked. Yeah, the buildings, for example, across the world. Why are they so synonymous with each other? Why are they all got the same theme? Then why are they all seem impossible for us to build now? It's often described as the mud flood, and to me, that's just a story when you notice a problem. So people, it's a bit like ether. Let's make some up around it and explain these things that don't sit with us. And it's the same with that. If you take that analogy, actually, well, you can use those buildings to support that narrative as well.
I'm trying to understand. So you're saying we're losing it? We lost 1,000 years somewhere, and that's where that right would be? Okay, I got you.
Perfect, because then you can bring it back on track to the analogy rather than that argument that Neil now accepts in terms of your comparison, if you know what I mean.
Yeah. But
the point is, they compared their plight to ours, right?
Yes. All three of them. One's a British guy, the two are Americans, and they're all, good Bible believing Christians, and they're on this specific journey, and it is. I will find it because I was like, wow. Yeah, they're picking on us just like they even mention Dean Odell as well, the way that people have attacked Dean Odell recently, and stuff like that. But like I said,
remind me who Dean Odell is. The name's familiar.
He's the guy that went on the stage debate with the other guy.
The guy who lives by me that I was going to go see that day.
Is he a flatty?
He's a flatty, but he's semi or Ethereum.
The guy who stormed off alongside the other guy who stormed off after a blazing row.
Aye.
Okay, that's Dean Odell. Okay.
The website is Understanding Conspiracy. Yeah. All one word, capital U, capital C. But they're interesting guys. Like I say, it does a lot of other conspiracy stuff. But they're on this path, and like I say, it's just the way that they reference us. It's matter of fact to them that their churches have attacked, demonized, refused to engage in conversation with their fellow brothers in Christ, and just ridiculed them. I found it very a positive thing, really, that they've moved on and the Earth's flat. Scripture says so. They're happy.
Yeah, they got that down. They won't be like this Danny Faulkner guy who claims that God caused the Earth to stop rotating. That's a straight out denial of the words you're reading.
That's a changing the not just a denial.
I was just
Well,
going to
he's
make another
adding. It's
little
not even a
point.
change. Brian, it's not even a change. He's adding.
Just wanted to offer this bit of information about losing students. I lost 70% of my students in 2020, that first year of the beginning of the unmentionable. Okay, 70% because I wasn't wearing a mask. Okay, that's all I'm going to say there.
I thought you'd gone on a field trip or something. I was going to say,
So just because of the mask, you lost 70%. Wow.
Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah. So the 30% that stayed, most of them were from the neighborhood I lived in. So the ones that left they came from out of the neighborhood, and they were really concerned because the ones in the neighborhood obviously know me. Ones outside the neighborhood, when I wasn't wearing the mask, and remember, Prime Minister Abe stated that he didn't have the law in place to enforce that. So he was asking for everyone's cooperation, which is fine. But I knew there was no danger, so there was no point in me wearing one. And I stood my ground on that, even if I lost 70%. You know what I mean?
How'd you know there wasn't danger?
Again, let's rein this conversation in.
I done my research.
Just don't answer.
Yeah, I done my research.
Yeah, just don't answer. Let's just change the subject.
Okay.
Yeah, John, we'd expect more from you.
No, John was doing a good job of... Anyway. John can do no wrong. You should all know that.
No.
I heard Brian.
Well, let's go back to submarines, right? Sonar, Nathan. That moves through water, yeah?
Last I checked, I better look it up. Just give me a sec.
Yeah. Right. I just need you to confirm. I know it does.
I can confirm they move through water.
Right. And the sonar move through air?
Yeah, if you like.
Are you sure?
Unless you can give me an environment. Oh, right, I suppose it's moving through water in that example. Okay, yeah. No, in that example, no.
And does it move through air?
It can, yeah.
Yeah, okay. So then if we were on a globe, right, then the sonar of a submarine, because the submarine is a straight line, it's not going to be a curve. So no matter what it does, it's always going to have to follow, if it's trying to follow an exact height or below sea level, then it's going to have to follow a curved path, just like being above sea level. So, but at any point within that path, it's going to have its sonar coming out, right? Now that will mean that it should be detecting airplanes flying above a point that its sonar is in the direction of, above a point on the water. Because if you understand what I mean, if that submarine is below a certain point, and its sonar is coming out, then its sonar would have to be detecting, well, if it's not hitting rock, right, or not hitting our curve, then it would have to be going out of the water and up and hitting airplanes or flying above that point.
Yes.
Does that happen?
No.
Yeah.
Nobody
That's only
ever
one
played.
of the ways.
You ever have a Mega Drive?
Yeah.
So Echo the Dolphin. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just try and put that. See, the thing with sonar is the same as radar. You can't do it unless you incorporate R. Because you've got a given flat plane and you got the rate and it's a bounce back, it's all fine calculation-wise if you assume altitude is equivalent, it's the same height from you, right? But as soon as you've got something falling away, then the bounce back is dependent on R. Imagine like Echo the Dolphin sends it out. What he's got to do is if he gets a bounce back, he's got to keep swimming but keep dropping at the same rate. So you can't interpret the signal without R. It's one of those points where, like we used to say in the old days, you'll need R for that. Well, you do, because your return signal has no meaning in this case without R.
Right.
The return.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
You've
got to make a conversion, but your basis of elevation, like in navigation, is all with respect to a plane, so your angles. So you can convert it to spherical, but you've got to work with the prerequisite that it's flat.
The information you get back, your return ping, is useless in terms of giving you a position without knowing R. The only way to calculate the position from the ping is R, whereas the way it's done doesn't incorporate R, it's just a pin and an angle.
You're talking about the calculation you would do afterwards?
Yeah. To try to actually locate, to tell you what you just bounced it off, sonar, to give you a position, to know anything, you'd have to know about R. And that's what I'm saying. Animals would have to know R. If you're navigating over big distances, as a humpback or as Echo, that return signal means something. It's perfectly sensible if we're operating with a flat plane.
As proven by echolocation
and
in the Sega Mega Drive game Echo the Dolphin.
Exactly, right? They didn't put a curve in, but if it was curved, then the echolocation would have to incorporate calculation for R. Otherwise, it wouldn't work. It's not a straight bounce back, is it? Because where would they'd have to look down? They'd have to, they'd have to create a Sagitta, wouldn't they? And it's just an impossibility. And go, oh, I better be careful here, because even though it looks like it's 20,000 foot further below me, it's actually the equivalent real depth because of Earth curve.
Well, the depth directly below them is the only depth that they have. They don't have they can't say that 100 feet in front of them or behind them that depth is equal, because it's not. Because there'll be a drop. You know what I mean?
No,
It's funny.
If they swim in a straight line, they know that they'll stay at the same depth. Yeah, in a straight line. Yeah, well, that's how the echo works. Is my point. They're not calculating for the fact if they swam in a straight line, then they'll hit the surface pretty soon. Is that? Yeah,
exactly.
That's right. What about the signal? Does the signal I've got a question. Does the signal refract when it leaves the water as it's picking up the aircraft? Is there anything going on there?
Signal is the water.
It's not doing that. This is the thing. This was my question, Jin. When I asked Nathan, my point was, on a globe, it would have to, be picking up aircraft out in front of it. On a globe, the sonar would have to be picking up aircraft somewhere out in front of it. In some way, shape, or form. Because
Right.
So they'd have to be accounting for this because that would be happening because the signal would be leaving the water and going into the air and would be hitting the aircraft.
Are we talking about a sub or a dolphin?
A submarine.
Yeah.
So would a dolphin. They're using the
So
same thing.
in a sub, they'd have to angle the sonar down. Otherwise, it wouldn't be forward, would it?
Yeah,
it'd have to always be angled down. Yeah.
See, submarines and airplanes are very much exactly the same. It's just one is above and one is below. But they're very much exactly the same in the way they do what they do and how they travel. Right? Submarines.
The way that their motion is pretty similar. Only the submarine moves slower. That's all, because the water is dense. The aeroplane is flying through the medium at a higher rate, but it's the same thing. Yes, I would agree with that. Definitely.
Yeah, because a submarine it's not that a submarine can't do, let's just say, somewhat acrobatic stuff within water. But when a submarine is going from A to B and a submarine is rising or lowering in depth, it's the same thing as an airplane that's going from A to B and is rising or lowering in altitude. It's lowering and rising for a start in depth in a vertical. That's what it does. And it does it by an exchange of air with water, right? Changing the overall density of the sub, allowing the sub to either go down or come up, right? That's what it does. How it travels is horizontally. And if you look at how they're designed, I'll go into it when I do the presentation. They're designed to travel horizontally. Everything they do is horizontal. They're like an airplane with small wings. Because if you look at the tail of the submarine, it's very like the tail of an airplane, where you can move the elevators and the back tail, I can't remember the name of it now, the back, the rudder, let's just say, right, and the elevators on the tail, and you can change the direction of the sub with the rudder, and you can cause the submarine to go down or come up at an angle with the elevators. Now, for a globe Earth, no matter what is happening, the elevators can't be set, no matter how slow they go, they can't be set to only let's just say they're set to the submarine is 50 feet below surface level and it's traveling along. The elevators would have to have a constant change happening to them. They couldn't hold the same.
Hold on,
they wouldn't
Brian.
be able to hold the same.
Jin, just you're causing feedback every time you open your mic. Just be aware.
Just let me finish what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the elevators wouldn't be able to hold the same position over a course of 30 or 40 miles because what would happen is the submarine would be rising in depth or be rising up towards the surface. They'd have to hold a consistent depth below the surface of water on a globe, then they would have to have a consistent pitch downward over the course of time. They have to. There's no way around it. One supports the other. The airplane and the submarine support each other. Now, Jen, I'm sorry. Finish.
No, I was just agreeing with you, and I do apologize for the feedback. So I agreed with everything you said there, 100%.
Yeah, I actually should have really done this presentation on submarines a long time ago because it's something I've known about for years. Because airplanes, people are more familiar with airplanes. Airplanes is more the go-to thing, but the submarine does exactly the same thing within the argument as airplanes, and it actually kind of does it in a more simple fashion in some ways, because people can understand for the submarine to do what it would need to do on a globe, then it has to do these things. It's in some ways it's even better than the airplane in some ways because you're showing that if it doesn't do these things it needs to do, then it will be coming up nose first out of the water if we're on a globe.
Yeah, that's again, I would agree with that, and that's been my argument since 2016, and that when I've been arguing about this submarine proving flatter, because they would come out the globe sideways, and you could smash into a ship, accidentally.
Yeah, you could take a fishing boat out of it if you weren't careful, because what you're actually doing is because the submarine, how it does what it does, it has to be creating a chord line. Do you know what I mean? That's basically, if we look at what the submarine does and how it does what it does, on a globe, it could only be creating a chord line between 2 points on the surface of water. That's what it would have to be doing. So 2 points on the ocean, it would have to be going from that point to that point and coming up. There'd be no way it would actually drop in depth to a depth that it can't be at. You know what I mean? Because it would be creating a hump at the midpoint of that chord line. Because there's going to be a hump at the mid of that chord line, right? And that would be its highest, that would be its deepest point. But if that hump is, let's say that hump could be anything, because if you start off at 30 feet below the surface level, then that hump over the course of whatever 100 miles, and that hump could be 4 miles or something mad like that. I mean, submarines don't do that. The submarines generally don't go below 60 feet, because the whole point of them is that they can come up if needed, and no matter what happens, there's a lot of safety stuff in there, but they can't go down really, really deep and expect everything to work proper, because there's too much pressure differential. So for several reasons, they stay somewhat close to the surface. They're outside of range. You know what I mean? But if you look at submarines, they cover themselves so they can't be seen from the air visually, right? They make it look from on the top of them so they can't be seen from the air visually. So if they were a couple of miles down, they'd never have to worry about that, would they? But if they're going from one point to another point on the globe, then there would be a point where they'd be in the middle of that journey where they would be several miles down. Because either that or they're consistently changing their elevators to consistently have a nose down pitch away from level, which is what they're using. They use level. They literally use level, bubble level. They're literally using it. You know what I mean? To hold the horizontal. They're literally using these things within the sub to make sure that they're not pitching down when they're not supposed to be.
Okay, Brian, what about the torpedoes? Do they take a curved trajectory? Because this is a point of contention with the Globers. They're saying that the torpedoes are taking a curved trajectory to their targets. I say no.
No.
That's what they say.
No, the internal navigation system of the torpedoes also adheres to horizontal. The torpedoes also adhere to horizontal. See, it depends on what they're shooting at, right? But they're not going to take a curved trajectory because they have an internal navigation system. Depends on what they are. Depends on the type of torpedo. But if you're talking about a torpedo going straight up, Jim, are you? Or are you talking about something going straight up to hit underneath a ship? Or are you talking about something from submarine to submarine? Or from submarine to ship? Like the bottom, like the hull of the ship that's below sea level. Like, why would they take a curved path? They'd have to be programmed to take a curved path, wouldn't they? And are they programmed to take a curved path? If they have the navigation system in them that, let's say, anti-ship cruise missiles have, then no, because anti-ship cruise missiles are programmed to follow a horizontal. They just keep a certain height above sea level, but they're programmed to follow horizontal. That's what they have. They're on board. All their onboard instrumentation, their accelerometers and their ring laser gyros and all this, they're all designed to make sure that the thing goes in a horizontal line. It might drop in altitude, like the anti-ship cruise missile will drop from a high altitude to a low altitude, so it can hit the side of a ship, and so it's harder to stop it because it's kind of trying to go below radar, right? But but mostly that's based around speed. They move at such a speed, right? Because anti-ship cruise missiles move at ridiculous speeds, way faster than a jet fighter. So most jet fighters. So consequently, it's the speed they have to deal with on ships. So if you're talking about a torpedo, how do you if a torpedo is any similar? I haven't really looked to see what the navigation system is in a torpedo, but it's not going to be any different. If they have a navigation system, which I don't know if they'll even need it, because they just have propulsion, which will just drive them straight forward. But if they need it, if some of them need a navigation system within them, they're going to have the same things: accelerometers and ring laser gyros, making sure the thing goes horizontally. That kind of way. There's no way that they could. How are you going to program a torpedo to follow the curve of a globe? What is their evidence of that? Ring laser gyros and accelerometers.
Sorry, Brian. So hang on, Brian. Their explanation is that the sensors that this would be modern torpedoes. It couldn't have been the ones during the Second World War. But in the modern torpedoes, I think they're referring to here, they're trying to say that this happened in the Second World War torpedoes, is that they had sensors that kept them at the depth. All right, let's say the Japanese Type 93, that's in contention here, they were kept at a depth of 15 feet. Okay, that was the depth. And because these sensors would keep them there, they would take this curved trajectory because they wouldn't be able to rise up. So if they were following a horizontal linear line, which is what we're stating, they wouldn't be able to do that because the Earth's curvature wouldn't allow them, because the sensors in the torpedo would help them follow that curvature.
Victory royale!
So what that is begging the question, right? It's the same thing with altitude of an airplane, right? Whether if you were holding a point above the surface of water or below the surface of water, and you consistently hold that point, right, then you are following that surface of water. Because the only way for me to stay 15 feet below the surface of water and go and move, right, say move move from a point A to B, whether over a flat plane of water or over a curved, right, oxymoron water, right, then I have to follow that path, right? But they're pre-assuming that the water is curved. Just like with the altitude argument with airplanes, they pre-assume that this was their proof. It follows an altitude. Yeah, for a start, altitude is a vertical height above a horizontal plane, number one. Number two, that's a pre-assumption that the plane is following. That was the only way they could ever come at us with airplanes. Altitude. And I pointed out to them myself, it's like altitude has to happen over a flat plane or a globe if you want to make that argument, number one. Altitude is just altitude. So it has to so it comes down to how the thing is operating. That proves whether it's going over a consistent curve, following a consistent curve, or following a consistent horizontal. So they have to, the sensors they're talking about are just depth sensors. So it's holding a depth. That's all they're doing. But it's how the thing is moving and is it programmed to move in a horizontal? That's what you need to check out with the instrumentation inside it. Because they're just talking about depth sensors, the same way as an airplane has an altimeter. Oh, the altimeter, yeah. That's a horizontal height above, or that's a vertical height above a horizontal plane. What's your point? Because I bet you what they're talking about is a vertical depth below a horizontal plane. They're just begging the question. That's all it is. Purely begging the question. Begging the question, it's a globe.
Yeah,
and
if I may just cut in there,
altimeters prove a globe. It's like, no, that's complete backwards.
Yeah, altimeters prove a flat Earth. It's a horizontal reference plane and the height above it.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. So in the case of the Type 93, which was known as the Long Last, named by the Americans of the Japanese torpedo, it had a range of 25 miles. Okay, 25-mile range, this thing. It had a gyroscope inside. And I think the gyroscope would be the thing that's keeping the torpedo horizontal all the way through that linear straight line. There was no electrical or programming for it or control. Once you aimed it, you shot it out, that was it, finished. It had fins, of course, to keep it there, just much the same as a dart. When you throw a dart at a dart board, if you remove the fins, it doesn't go horizontal, it doesn't fly. But once you put the fins back on, you can get to the board. So it had the fins along the torpedo and at the back, and then and the propeller that propelled it forward about 50 miles per hour, 55 miles per hour, range 25 miles. Now, if we factor in 15 feet, and you got the Earth's curvature on top, it would have surfaced at 7 miles, hit its target 25 miles away, much to the surprise of the those who are being killed. And there you go. So I agree with what you said. You know, everything's horizontal. You had the gyroscope in there, and that's keeping it going horizontal. That was it.
Well, you're going to have, if you're trying to go make that go follow a curved path, you're going to have an energy loss, because that little pitch down that you'd have to do with the torpedo or anything else, that little pitch down means that the torpedo then is not at a parallel, right? It's not making a straight line parallel with the surface above it. It has a little pitch down, which means that it's like as if there's more water hitting the top of the torpedo, which I reckon over time, if you were to look into it, would just be a massive energy loss. But like it could get to the point where it depends on how far away the target is. When it hits it, it may not even hit it with any great force. to or something. Maybe it may not even make it to it, because I reckon it would be an energy loss happening, because you have to pitch down the nose to reach the point you're looking to reach. So no matter what you do, you're pitching down with the nose. No matter what way you work it, you're still going to be dealing with more water over the top or hitting the top of it. You know, when you pitch down the nose of an airplane, you have a load of air comes up over the top of the wings. It creates what they call negative lift and pushes it down, right? And sometimes you see in movies where they're trying to get the plane back up. That's because the amount of negative lift. You know, when they're pulling back on the joysticks, the amount of negative lift that's kind of an homage or whatever to that negative lift thing, where they're trying to get it back up because it can be basically forcing it downwards. Right, so the same would happen with a torpedo. It would be getting slightly forced downwards, which would be an energy loss. And I mean, what could happen, I would say, is that likely over a curved path, that it would actually not hit the target. It would possibly end up beneath the target and not hit anything, because its trajectory couldn't hold an exact curve.
Yeah.
If you understand what I mean.
Can't get a word. Yeah. Yes, Brian, I understand what you mean. What you're saying basically is that if the torpedo had to follow this curved trajectory to get to its target, it would be offering up more of that body of the torpedo in the water, causing a drag, which would rob it of its speed through that trajectory.
Exactly.
Yeah, I totally understand.
And it would probably push it down a bit more, so its trajectory, it would lose its trajectory and energy.
Indeed.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing this submarine thing. That should be good, because the submarine, it's actually very basic. I'm not saying there's not a lot of complicated workings within the sub, but how the sub does what it does, and even how a torpedo does what it does, is actually pretty straightforward. They just got to make sure that it moves in the way it's supposed to move, which is the most efficient. And the most efficient is not in pitch, nose down pitch. Excuse me, which it would have to have, just like an airplane, which it would have to have.
I would say that the torpedo and the aeroplanes are perfect flat Earth instruments, but beautifully and well suited to flat Earth.
No swearing.
You know, there you go.
All roads lead to a
Jim.
flat Earth. It doesn't matter what the example. You'll be able to connect it. It's like the 5 degrees of Kevin Bacon. At some point, all claims will, you know, in this arena, obviously, I'm not talking about fruit claims, will end up in a flat Earth origin.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, we live on a flat plane, so they can't not. If you're going to reference reality in any way, then you've got to start with reality. Now, what you do with things after that, mathematically, that's your own business. But you've got to reference reality. You can't not reference reality and make something work. It won't. So whatever they claim after that doesn't matter, because you know they have to reference reality. If it's something in the real world that we're really using, that is actually practical, then they've got to reference the flat plane.
Precisely.
I responded back to that knuckle dragger on his video.
Which one? The one we were responding to today? I left a comment a couple of days ago and Brian linked it. Is that the one you mean?
No, usually when you ask a question, you stop. The answer is no.
Cheek of it.
No, not on this video today that you went over. I think that was the one before the video that I commented on. So the next video in their line, the one that Irish sent yesterday.
Okay.
Yeah, I commented back. They highlighted the reply to my response.
Oh, really?
So I went ahead and just responded. I don't know if it'll load or anything. You know, I have issues with that. Yeah.
What issues with
I
making?
don't think Nathan heard your comment or the response to it earlier.
Oh, Did you hear my response to those guys after I listened to a couple minutes? Would you like me to read it?
I'd
Yeah,
like
go
to
on.
be able to read all of it, including your new response.
All right. So, hey, Crayon Munchin, Dunning Kruger, Egypt. I'm shocked at that posted. How do you acquire elevation angles, see latitude, etc., off a curved adjacent? I said, do you even triangles much? Number 2, how do you have horizons on a ball tard when horizons have a rate of change of slope hovering, rate of change of slope of 0, hovering right around your collective IQs, and curvature is defined as the rate of change of slope, non-zero. Then I said, number 3, how do you have gas pressure? Do you even second law of thermodynamics, bro? And then they mentioned science, whole bunch of laughing emojis. I said, you wouldn't know what actual science was if it climbed up your collective arses and started kicking footballs wrapped in Carolina Reaper lace concertina wire. Shaking my friggin' head, clowns. So then Mr. E.J. Wheeler responded, and the lore lads, whatever they are, what are they? Lore lads?
Lore Lodge.
Lore Lodge, Lord, whatever. They highlighted his response. So that's sort of a little squirrely to me. You want to hear his response?
Absolutely.
Hey, he says, ooh, questions for flat earthers. Cool. So he says, how do you acquire elevation angles, latitude off a curved adjacent? Easily. You could use a bubble sextant, for example, or even just a protractor with a weighted string attached. The next question, how do you have horizons on a ball tard when horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0? What the hell does that horizons have a rate of change of slope of 0 even mean? How do you have horizon on a flat earth at all? Never mind trying to explain how to calculate the distance to it or why things beyond it disappear bottom first. How do you have gas pressure without a container? My question. If you mean the atmosphere, it's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure. If the atmosphere is in a container, why is there such a large pressure gradient? Ooh, I didn't answer that question. Shit. I missed that one. Okay, his next response to my do you even second law of thermodynamics? He states it, well, he doesn't cite it. He puts it, I think they might have link restrictions on here, so I afforded him the same courtesy with mine. But I digress. The second law of thermodynamics, this is from Wiki, says that when energy changes from one form to another form or matter moves freely, entropy disorder in a closed system increases. He says, I'm not sure what that's got to do with your argument about the atmosphere. Let's read on. This is another Wiki quote. Differences in temperature, pressure, and density tend to even out after a while due to the force of gravity. I didn't comment on that either. Density and pressure do not even out vertically. Density and pressure on the bottom will be more than on the top. Oh, look, there's the answer, gravity. So, would you like to hear my response back to his response?
Yeah,
yes,
and you should
please.
cover those 2 topics you didn't cover.
Yeah,
well.
make sure you get those. Brian, it was just so much. I missed them.
But you can do it live now while you were talking to us.
Nah, I'm not doing it. I'm not responding to them. I'm going to go shooting here in a second. So, lore lads highlight this wiki surface puke response without responding themselves. I put a woozy face there. So I said, ooh, questions for flat earthers, cool. That was his response. My response to that, it should have been, ooh, questions from a flat earther, cool. That's what it should have been. His response, or his answer, easily, you could use a bubble sextant, for example. And I said, number 1, define with citation elevation angle. Number 2, bubble sextants are used in aviation. You're not on a curved adjacent in a plane. So red herring fallacy with respect to the question. Number 3, a protractor with a weighted string. A laughing out loud emoji face. Is that how mariners do it? What the hell? He states, what the hell does horizons have to have a rate of change of slope of 0 even mean? I said it's called the slope intercept formula. Y equals mx plus b. Junior high school called, they require your attendance again. How do you have a horizon on the flat earth at all? Number 1, shifting the burden of proof fallacy. Number 2, how? You walk out to a beach and look as far as you can over the water. Voila. Never mind trying to explain how to calculate the distance to it. I said its maximum distance can be no more than 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Or why things beyond it disappear bottom first. My response, do you expect things on the surface to disappear top first at distance? It's called the diffraction limit of the human eye. My word. His response, if you mean the atmosphere, I said, my response, atmosphere is a paradox. Contradiction in terms. Atmo means air, as a gas sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape. You'd literally fail first grade intro to gas behavior. His statement, it's atmospheric pressure, not gas pressure. I put a little confused face, mind numbing. Atmo means air. Air is made of gases. So air spheric pressure is not gas pressure, eh? I said, do you reminisce with strangers? His statement, the second law of thermodynamics says that when energy changes from one form to another form or matter moves freely, entropy disorder in a closed system increases. I said, nice wiki parrot. It's wrong. Then I put Chem Liber text. The second law of thermodynamics can also be easily stated that all spontaneous processes produce an increase in entropy of the universe. Entropy from Professor Frank Lambert. I stated the classical thermodynamics definition. I might as well just do it. In classical thermodynamics, the dispersal of energy from localized to spread out at a given temperature. And in molecular thermodynamics, it is considering the change in a system or surroundings or their total from which there are fewer accessible microstates to one for which there is an increased number of accessible microstates. Then I said he said disorder. I said, nah. This view was broached partially in previous article that showed disorder was outmoded and misleading as a descriptor for entropy, Professor Frank Lambert. And Chem Liber text, there is no basis in physical science for interpreting entropy changes involving order and disorder. I said, P.S., do you live in a closed system, baller? Because his definition contained closed system. Moving on. He states, I'm not sure what that's got to do with your argument about the atmosphere. I said, you kidding me? You wouldn't know the difference between entropy and a chartreuse windsock. Professor Frank Lambert, gas expansion into a vacuum, mixing of ideal gases or liquids, diffusion, effusion, colligative effects, and osmosis. Each fundamentally involves an increase in entropy. Then I hit him with Professor George Porter, Nobel laureate. Now let us take a look at some examples of spontaneous changes and see how they are accounted for in terms of the second law of thermodynamics. We'll take the simplest first and look at changes where only the entropy changes. Now, perhaps the simplest of all of these is the expansion of a gas into a vacuum. Then I said, it's the simplest example. Thanks, priceless. Please keep talking. His next comment, gravity. I said, that's deep. Number one, which gravity are you talking about? Then I said, let's just keep it simple. Are you familiar with the water cycle? So the sun shines on the water and breaks the hydrogen bonds between the H2O molecules and it phase changes into a vapor or gas, evaporation. Does the escaping water vapor move up or down? Did gravity go on vacation? You believe in rain, brah? Regards. End of statement.
Do you believe in rain, bro? I don't even think you need to approach those other things. I don't think anyone will even spot that because they'll be so confused by what you're writing. Dumbfounded they're going to be. It's going to be interesting to see what he comes back with. Wow. I predict insults.
I don't. You think?
Yeah, he's going to come back with insults. He won't be able to address that. Or total nonsense. Yeah, I don't think he can. He'll have to add in insults there.
Or he'll delete the whole thread. Or he'll delete the whole thread.
No, it's deleted. My post did not post.
So he's probably deleted the whole thread.
Your post never posted. Wow.
Yeah, it didn't post.
I just saw that he responded to me as well, that EJ Wheeler guy. So I'll have to get him because I'm having the same problem where my comments are being like, I'll write a big comment, put it into YouTube. I've been having it for some time now, past few months, where
welcome to my world.
My comments are being taken away.
Welcome to my world.
Yeah,
you
I was having
respond to
lots of
him?
problems up to now, but now this problem as well. Go on.
Did you respond to him?
I didn't do anything yet. I'm going to do that later. I'll respond later on. But
I was gonna say it's not there. Yeah, so it didn't post. I wasted fucking 45 minutes. Oh, sorry, no swearing. Okay, I'm out.
See you later.
Get him, Brian.
I will if they post my comment.
Oh, and
Great,
make
great.
sure. Hey, tomorrow, we're continuing on the gravy train. That is Danny Faulkner, moron.
Is that
Oh,
Danny
we're gonna
lying
get
about
into
Genesis
God
Faulkner?
stopping the earth from spinning.
Yep.
Danny lying about Genesis Faulkner. That Danny
Yeah,
Faulkner.
I've seen that. That was pretty funny. Thanks for that. Did you hear what that crayon muncher did? There was another atrocity when he was talking about the rakia.
Go on.
Yeah, he stated he went to the Septuagint. I said, "Oh, thank you very much. Wonder what he's going to do with this." So he went to the Septuagint. See, in the Septuagint, what happened was about 300 BC, Ptolemy of Philadelphus mandated that the scriptures, the Hebrew scriptures, be translated into Greek because everyone was speaking Greek. Alexander kicked some serious ass for years, so everyone was speaking Greek. So he mandated 70 Jewish scholars to translate the Hebrew scriptures into Greek. And that's, in fact, the Septuagint is what most of the Jesus and all the apostles were quoting in the New Testament, FYI. But anyway, Danny said, yeah, it was translated stereoma, which means hard. But this is his excuse. Check this out. He said that because he didn't say 70 Jewish scholars. He wouldn't say that. He said they translated the stereoma to stereoma being hard because they were under Greek rule, and more or less, when you're in Greece, you do what Greeks do. So the Hebrew scholars basically used Greek mythology because they were confused about the word that was used there, rakia, and the Greeks had this idea of a hard surface also around the sphere. So what happened was that the Jewish scholars said, "Oh, what are we going to do with this? We might as well just insert the Greek mythology about this hard surface and put it into our scriptures." That was his response.
And where in Greek, besides that heap of rubbish, where in Greek mythology did it claim a hard surface around a sphere we're living on?
I have no idea.
You can't do that. That's not. You can't rebut the Septuagint like that, or the Septuagint as it should be, shouldn't it?
It ain't Septuagint, it's Septuagint, and yes, Danny did.
I know, but you can't.
Is that the Septuagint you're talking about?
No, it's not just the Septuagint. It's separate. The point I'm making is this 72. Right, so the story goes, isn't it? The 72 individual transcribers, and the majesty of this document is that all of them match. Now, that's the original story. He has to challenge that to put that postulation as to that misinterpretation. That all 72 of these individual people substituted the word, their understanding of the Greek of the Hebrew word firmament for what was it? You said stereoma, wasn't it?
Yes.
Right. So that's the point you're attacking there. If you're going to use that as your defense, then you're saying the whole of the Septuagint is not as described.
Yes.
Yeah. Do you get me? It shows a lack of biblical history if you're going to make that defense to me.
It's making so feebly, pathetically weak. It's not even above like a clumsy child response. It's so stupid.
Wouldn't there have to be some historical record there that these people, that these 72 people, that they had a problem with this particular?
It was 72,
thing?
70.
Oh, sorry, I thought Adam said 72.
I thought there was 72. I thought it was 72 scholars. I thought there was a few more than the 70 that it
There could have been, but come on.
That's why I thought it was
Maybe there were 70 in the
Septuagint. That's why.
but there was 72 in the Septuagint.
Oh, brother.
I'll stand to be corrected before I pursue it. I will find out how many there were. I'm sure it was 72, but anyway.
In the Septuagint.
Yeah, Septuagint. That's why I called it that. That's why it was in my head. But that's the purpose of it, isn't it? That's part of its proof. It's correct in that that's its provenance as a document. So that he got the right definition, the right understanding.
Victory Royale!
Oh, well done, Nathan.
Twice in a row.
Right. No.
All right, listen. Damn, it's already 80 degrees.
No, you can't go now because now you've reminded me of why. See, I posted an odd thing. I went on a sidetrack yesterday with that thing I posted from Michael Heisner. But the reason was I was reading Genesis because of answers in Genesis. Let me just go to Genesis 1. There's a lot of chitty chatter, and it was interesting because he was trying to look at the Hebrew and how you can structure the sentence one way or the other, and frankly, he can't tell, which is his end conclusion, and Paul had confirmed quickly. But there's a point in Genesis 1, and the point I want to follow is, right, so at what point do we form? But there's a clean description of everything. And unless we're going to form a ball later, it's hard to. So it says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. Now the earth was formless and empty. Well, formless is it means it has no form. A sphere is a form. So it definitely at this point has no spherical form because it's defined as formless.
That is not a shape.
No, I'm just looking for answers in Genesis for Danny, you see. That's kind of what set me off with that video and Master B. Paul is good, isn't she? The answer, she came back with the answer that I had to watch the old video for to get the same conclusion. And in the text, it's quite good. But yeah, that was the point I was looking at. So if it just, because this guy really concentrated on the first 3 verses. And that kept just jumping out at me, that it's quite specific. The earth was formless. He didn't say it was a ball ready to receive to put some topography in. The whole thing's formless, which is a very specific word.
I'm going to round out on that note. Hold on, Brian.
Treating the Bible like his own
Hold on, I don't want to be told
playground.
I've cut off some incredibly important point. So I am going to round out on that. With that, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you in either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams for hopefully smashing the super chat, liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I'll see you all in the next video.
What a lovely day!